Hope you all can hear me. So, it has come to my attention that ugly women are at it again with the liberal agenda, um, trying to convince people that being ugly is better than being beautiful. And I saw a reel on Instagram that I probably won't even tag or post because I really don't want to promote or bring attention to ugliness. But it was a lady, and these were white women. And while race is not going to matter that much in this upload, when I'm just basically debunking some myths, I do want to remind people that white people have a much higher standard for beauty for women in their communities. And so white women do have a lot more pressure to reach that standard of beauty in their communities to be considered eligible for marriage or eligible for things in general. So I do think that that is important to mention, because beauty may have different connotations when it comes to white women who are the standard of beauty, and black women whose beauty and natural beauty is oppressed in white supremacist societies where white women's features are the standard of beauty, as opposed to other communities where the women in your particular race are the standard of beauty, not a woman whose features are opposite of yours being the standard of beauty and you being held to that standard. So having said that, I did want to mention that these are white women because the liberal agenda is what a lot of it is about. A lot of it's about white guilt. A lot of it is about white privileged people trying to access identities that they don't understand and have not experienced, because they're subconsciously recognizing how their lack of struggle is putting them at a disadvantage moving forward in the world. They're recognizing how their lack of understanding in the indigenous people of the world is putting them at disadvantages now as we're moving forward in the world. And as integration happens, as things change in the world, as people start moving and shifting into different places, and travel happens, and third world countries become meccas, and places like America start to become third world. And as we see these shifts, that's where I'm saying the liberal agenda is mainly about privileged white people wanting to identify with the oppressed in a parasitic way, not in a way that is actually about benefiting the oppressed, but in a way that's about, hey, we need you all, so we are going to steal your identity under the guise of everyone's equal and equal rights. So the liberal agenda, Peace Master Matrix. So the liberal agenda, in that perspective, this is why I'm mentioning that this particular reel was white women, and one white woman who was not attractive, by any standard, essentially being interviewed or talking to two other white women who seemed and sounded a little younger than her. But she basically said out of her mouth, proudly, that what's interesting and what she found interesting as a female when she was younger growing up, that she was the perfect level of attractiveness. And what she meant by perfect was that she was not so beautiful, and this is, and I quote, she said she was not so beautiful that she scared the shit out of people, but she wasn't ugly to be like off-putting and repulsive to people. And so she said, I was at the perfect level of of attractiveness for a female. And then the other ladies, they were like, oh yeah, let's talk about it and this and that. And so what I want my audience to know, and what this upload is going to be about in response to that, it's going to be about debunking a few myths. And I'm going to spend a lot of time on beauty because Oshun definitely Oshun is going to be, speaking too on this, because I want my followers and my audience and people watching this to understand some of the real mysteries of beauty, and to understand the difference between being pretty and being beautiful. And I want to debunk this myth and this liberal agenda myth that being beautiful, being naturally sexy, being naturally attractive puts you at some type of disadvantage. I want to be clear. When you are beautiful, when you are more attractive than other people, you are not at a disadvantage. You are at a huge advantage in life. The only people you are going to scare the shit out of are people who are competing with you because they, in their mind, have a narcissistic personality where they believe in their heart of hearts that they are better than other people. And when you come around a real narcissist who believes in their mentally ill mind that they are superior and better to other people, and that people are inferior to them, when you come around and show that you have a something superior to them, when you come around with a superior appearance to theirs, that's the only person you're going to scare the shit out of when you look good. You are only going to scare the shit out of somebody who lives their life believing they're better than others and has now been confronted with someone who they see clearly is better than them. If not just in the arena of looks, just your ability to hold and wield the power that they have always attributed to their self. So the only person you're going to scare the shit out of is somebody who has not done any shadow work to accept who they are. And I want to talk about being beautiful and being pretty, but I want to mention this. This is the first way, and probably one of the main ways, to spot someone who is ugly. And this is probably one of the only ways that can symbolize somebody who is ugly, particularly when it comes to women, because being beautiful as a woman is incredibly important. And the liberal agenda is trying to separate women from the number one and maybe one of the only forms of power that you really, really have as a woman, and that's your beauty. And the liberal agenda wants to blame patriarchy when they themselves are not meeting the standard that men have set and the standard that actually beautiful women have set for beauty. That's the only type of woman who has a problem with patriarchy, when the patriarchy has not chosen and elevated her, or when the patriarchy has not approved of her as beautiful. This is more important to white women than it is to black women, because black women are already considered ugly. Black women have a different relationship with beauty because black women are learning how to appreciate their own beauty and have to find communities where their beauty is the standard, where their features are, where they're being held to a standard within their actual features. So that's why it's very important to understand the pressure that white women are under. But I want to take race out of it and remind you all, being beautiful is a huge advantage. And you are not disliked by others because you're beautiful. And I want to debunk that myth by talking about a few things about the difference between being pretty and being beautiful, and why, if you as a beautiful woman, or as a pretty good looking woman, as an attractive woman, if you are experiencing dislike and hatred and envy and backlash from others, because of how you look, remember this: it might be because you're being pretty, but you're not actually a beautiful woman. So I want to talk about some of the differences in why your character and how you're wielding your attractiveness may be causing people to dislike you, versus actually being beautiful, and the character that comes with being beautiful that is going to attract a lot of stuff. It's going to attract people, and it's going to draw people to you, and it's going to allow people to admire you. And I had to actually go back and think with myself of the times where, because you're always going to experience jealousy, but it's about where you really put your attention. And I had to think about the times and the ways and the situations where I personally felt like, excuse me, like I was constantly under attack because I was beautiful, and the times where I was loved and appreciated and benefited because I was being beautiful and because I was beautiful. And when I had friends and respect and opportunities because of that. And so, um, again, without further ado, I want to talk about for again, I'm debunking the myth that being beautiful is a disadvantage. That is, being beautiful is a humongous advantage. And the only people who are going to try to make it a disadvantage for you are ugly people, ugly women. Because ugly women, to be ugly inside, you are comparing it's so there's nothing uglier than comparing yourself to others. There's no wisdom to that. And it's very, very egocentric and narcissistic. It's too prideful. And when you compare yourself to others, you're not spending time achieving your highest potential and appreciating what you have. And then you lose what you have because you're so worried about what other people have. And that is what will make you ugly. And for a woman to sit there and say, well, I'm not so beautiful that I scare the shit out of people, but I'm not so ugly, I'm repulsive, to compare yourself to other women in that way, where you are trying to make any woman who is not you and who doesn't look like you wrong or bad or different or not having a level of perfection because they're not you, that is ugly. And if you are a woman who does that, beware. And this is really for you. This is, beautiful women kind of know, but I want to debunk some of these things. And if you are one of these women who compares yourself to other women, instead of seeing your reflection in other women and being able to relate to other people, you're ugly. And you are going to risk your ugliness showing every year that you age. And this is a warning to women. How you treat women when you are younger is how you're going to look when you are older. And how you treat your elders when you are younger is how you're going to look and what you're going to experience from the youth when you are older. How you honor God's creation and things when you are younger is the experience that you are going to have when you are older. So being beautiful is not a disadvantage. Only ugly people are going to try to go out of their way to take away one of the biggest privileges that you can have as a woman and as a person is attractiveness. So if you are experiencing that, here's some of the differences between being pretty and being beautiful, and some of the things that you, particularly as a woman, may or may not be doing, which is why people may not like you, why you may feel that people don't like you because of how you look. All right. One of the first things I want to mention, if you are attractive and you're experiencing backlash for it, one of the first things is you may be somewhere you don't belong. You may be in a situation, a job, an environment, a community, a church, a circle of friends, a team. You are somewhere where you don't belong because you are a big fish in a small pond, meaning your beauty and your overall character, you are outshining other people to the point where you can't grow where you are because you are too superior to everyone else around you. And meaning you may genuinely be in a place where you genuinely just don't fit in. And it might not just be how you look. How you look may be a reflection of the fact that you don't fit in, because not only are you surrounded by people who are ugly, how they think is ugly, and how you think is different. That's why you look different. And so if you are the only one of your kind, and if you are surrounded by people who are so off put by beauty, you're probably in the wrong place. And you may, again, remember, there are cults. There are communities and places that form cults. And the root word of culture is cult. So if you are in a culture that does not like beauty, if you are in a culture that does not like attractiveness and superiority and brightness and people that shine bright, if you are in a culture that is against those qualities, then you might just be somewhere you don't fit in, and that may be why you're experiencing too much animosity for how you look. The other another thing that you may be doing that may make you pretty, but you're not beautiful, and that's why you're experiencing backlash for how you look, is because you don't smile. And this is more especially for women. There's nothing more feminine than smiling. And this is why gangsters and people who want to look tough, they don't do it in pictures, because they have to present that image of stoic masculinity and something to be feared. And this is why smiling for a woman is can be very, very powerful, to show that you can remain in your feminine energy no matter what you're experiencing. That shows feminine strength. And a lot of ugly women are not feminine women. Ugly women do not enjoy femininity and womanhood. And ugly women have penis envy, and they challenge the patriarchy, and that is what makes them ugly. They do not want to conform to the standards of beauty that have been set. And that makes them ugly, because they believe that they are too good to conform. They already believe that they in themselves are perfect and that they're better. And because they naturally believe that they are better than others, when they are not accepted, they show how ugly they really are, because they believe that they are already perfect. And it's not that you're not perfect the way God made you, but when you compare yourself to others and you can't see the beauty in others because they're different than you, and you can't appreciate that some people have standards that you don't meet. You know, when you don't live and let live, and you have that narcissism of I need to control. This is what makes a woman ugly. Her need to control others. And I'm going to talk about that and some other ways to spot an ugly woman. But ladies, especially, when you don't smile and you look good, when you're pretty, when you're attractive, and you don't smile, people automatically think you're a bitch. And it's not that you are, it's that people assume, a lot of people assume that when you look good, and you're not like super welcoming, they assume you're mean, and they assume that you have a superiority complex, because they a lot of times, if they looked as good as you, they would be mean. Some people also have some people may have some trauma with being bullied or mistreated by others. And so when they see someone with power, that their meekness, you know what I'm saying, their meekness or their trauma can make them shy away from something powerful. And when you have power, when you have privilege, when you have beauty, and as a woman you don't smile, you're it's not that it's your duty to make other people feel comfortable, but when you're in more intimate settings in certain places and you don't have a welcoming demeanor through a smile, or through when people are looking at you and admiring your beauty, because that's what is going to happen. When people are looking at you and admiring your beauty and you notice it and you're mean about it and it aggravates you, and you don't smile and you don't acknowledge them back to say, hey, I see you looking at me and I'm actually beautiful, so I'm going to acknowledge that I'm going to politely acknowledge. I'm going to do, it's not that you get taken advantage of. It's just that when you are that standard of beauty, when you are powerful and beautiful and attractive, and people are attracted to you, and you are mean about it, instead of saying, hey, I know you're attracted to me and I know I'm beautiful and I'm going to be beautiful by being welcoming, like a Disney princess kind of energy, like, like a hero kind of energy. When you don't have the beauty behind that pretty look that people are attracted to, it makes you seem mean. But when you smile, it shows that you have a level of humility that comes with your beauty. It shows that you're nice, and it shows that you actually are aware of your power. And when you're aware of your power and you're in control of it, and when you smile as a woman, when you're attractive, it shows other people that you're in control of your power. And when you are in control of your beauty to where you can smile and accommodate other people, they trust that you're not going to use your beauty against them. And what happens is, the difference between a pretty woman and a beautiful woman is, a beautiful woman has the characteristics that people are attracted to, whereas a pretty woman may seek to get beauty and may do things to look attractive so she can use that power to hurt others. What do I mean by that? A pretty woman wants to be beautiful so she can steal your man, so she can get the job instead of you, so she can get the opportunity above you. A beautiful woman is bringing her character, and she has the looks, but her character allows her to have empathy for others, and it allows her to feel how people are responding to her power. A beautiful woman has power. A pretty woman has desire for power. And this is the difference between a pretty woman and a beautiful woman. A beautiful woman smiles because she's powerful. A pretty woman gets angry and upset when people are looking at her and staring at her, and she gets mad when someone wants her to smile. She gets upset that she has attracted what she wants, because she wants that power for what she wants. She's not wielding power. She has a desire that she is trying to use beauty to achieve. A pretty woman lacks beauty. A beautiful woman has power, and no one will be able to take her beauty away from her. A beautiful woman can talk to someone blind, and that blind person will be able to tell that she is far more beautiful than someone else. That's beauty. When you're pretty, you're only pretty in the light. When you're beautiful whether you're alive or dead. You're beautiful whether people can sense you physically or not. It's in your aura. So when you're beautiful, your aura is shaping your features. When you're pretty, when you're pretty, you're pursuing looks. You're pursuing a certain look and a certain level of attention a lot of times for your personal agenda. And this is why I want to get into the next one about the difference between being pretty and being beautiful, and why it may be your fault that you're getting backlash. What something a pretty woman does is attention seeking behavior. Like I said, being beautiful is a humongous advantage in society. And only a genuinely ugly person, meaning a narcissist, only a genuinely ugly person is going to try to take that privilege away from you. They may be beautiful themselves, but they can't stand. But a narcissist has to control other people. That's what narcissism is about: controlling other people and making sure you always have the upper hand through it. So when you are pretty, you may be having attention seeking behavior that's actually putting people off, meaning you're wielding your looks in a way that makes that does make other people uncomfortable. A beautiful woman, no matter what she looks or what she's wearing or what makeup she has on, she's always going to look beautiful. She's always going to look like herself and be herself. When you're pretty, again, like I said, you're seeking out something that you lack. And you're sometimes going out of your way to be more attractive than others in public. How do you know the difference between you being yourself as a good-looking, fun-loving, attractive, bubbly personality who just attracts people because you're beautiful, and someone who has attention-seeking behavior where they're going out of their way to get attention that they don't feel that they get by actually just being themselves? What's the difference between being yourself and attention-seeking behavior? This is the difference. Is it inappropriate in that setting? That is how you determine attention-seeking behavior from somebody being themselves and being naturally sexy. Is it appropriate in that setting? I saw a reel of a woman, and I'm pretty sure it was a skit, but she had on a sexy bikini, a sexy swimwear bikini, on an airplane. And she was putting her bag over a younger boy sitting with his mother. That's clearly inappropriate. Wearing a bikini on an airplane when you're on a flight, that's clearly inappropriate for that setting. Wearing a bikini at a beach when you're on vacation, or having your breast out at a nude beach in Europe when you're on vacation, that's appropriate. You're being appropriate for that setting. Wearing a bikini at an airport is inappropriate. So that's when you're doing attention-seeking behavior. If you're at a wedding and you're celebrating somebody else's romance, someone else's love, and someone else's union, and you're celebrating what these two people getting married means for the community, if you weddings are tricky because sometimes there's themes, but if you are at a wedding or at a party that has a certain theme to the look and you deviate from that theme, you're being appropriate for the setting. There was actually a movie about this. I gotta find that movie. It's an older black and white movie, but she wore a bright red dress to like an upscale dinner party, and people ended up getting shot over her inappropriate behavior. So ladies, I want to mention some of these things. Attention, if you're in a place, in a setting, and in an upscale place where you're intended to celebrate someone else's success and someone else's, and you're wearing the sexiest dress as if you're trying to get a man, or if you're dressing sexy, where it's more appropriate for you to dress just simply feminine and to have on something elegant instead of sexy, that's attention seeking behavior. When you're in a setting where another woman is being celebrated, and you are trying to look better than the people who are being celebrated, or you are looking in a way where you know that you're going to get more attention than the people being celebrated, that's inappropriate. Now, if you're at a workplace and you're a worker and you're a service worker and you put on a little extra makeup or you do your hair a little extra nice, um, you know, you're being appropriate because you're in a place where you are the face of your company. So it's appropriate for you to want to do your hair and makeup and maybe even your nails when you're in a place where your face is representing customer service for a company or a corporation or maybe for your own business. It's appropriate. But if you're in the gym, ladies, unless you are coming from somewhere where you had makeup on, it's not appropriate. It's not necessary to go to the gym where you're going to be sweating and doing something physical with a full face of makeup. That's inappropriate for that setting. And I can't stress enough, ladies, you don't look good wearing skin tight leggings at the gym. You look better wearing boy shorts and wearing something that looks athletic than you do wearing something skin tight and then long. You don't look good trying to look like a Catwoman vixen. And I don't care if they sell it at Lulu. I don't care if it's for sale. It doesn't mean you have to buy it. Ladies, you look extremely slutty when you have leggings up the crack of your ass, and when your whole shape is showing and you're at the gym, you look like a thirst trap. Please start dressing athletic. Stop dressing like Catwoman at the gym. It looks bad. I'm letting you ladies know it looks bad. You don't need skin tight clothes to show people that you're in shape. It looks bad. I don't know how to say this. And the only people it really actually kind of looks good on are women with more of a bubble round butt. And I'm not saying that it doesn't show that you're a slender, nice looking woman, but having skin tight clothes on having skin tight clothes on does not look good unless you're at the club or at a fashion show. It does not look right. It does not look, I don't care if it does not look right for a woman to be looking naked, to have something that makes her look naked at a gym where there's a bunch of hormones being released. It makes you look cheap and easy, and it makes you look so incredibly thirsty. It makes you look like you want to get raped. It makes you look like you're trying to look naked, like you want to be naked, and it makes you look like you just want people to rape you. And I don't understand why you women don't understand that that's what you're giving off. And I know that some of your boyfriends allow, but I'm sorry, you don't see women who go to the gym with their boyfriends dressed like that. You only see sluts you dress like a slut. Wear shorts to the gym. Wear a cute skirt. Wear something that looks like a tennis outfit. Stop wearing skin tight leggings that look like tights that you wear underneath a skirt. Stop wearing stuff that literally looks like what a prostitute wears when she's on the corner. Stop wearing stuff that is that tight. You guys look like sluts in the gym, and it turns people off. In a way where, because now they're thinking about you rubbing your private parts on stuff, on things that they're trying to use to work out, because you look like you're trying to look naked and rub and put your pussy all over the place. Wear shorts to the gym, women. Please. Especially if you're going to the gym to get a man, because you don't want some man who's there who wants to just hump you like a piece of meat. You want a guy who's looking at your workout and who respects you as a woman who is keeping herself healthy. You don't want a man who goes after a slut. You don't want a whoremonger. So stop dressing like a slut at the gym. It is really disgusting. And I wish you women would stop and please wear shorts. or a cute tennis skirt and something that is athletic and a material that allows you to sweat because you're there to work out. You want to wear skin tight things, go to a photo shoot and do a photo shoot like Catwoman and take and post those and then post your pictures. But stop going to the gym looking like Catwoman. Does not look good. Your inappropriate attention seeking behavior as pretty women is why people don't like you. And I don't have to go into too many other examples. If you don't know what's appropriate and what's if you don't know what attention seeking behavior is because you're a natural born slut, it's whether it's appropriate for the setting or not. And if you don't know what's appropriate for the setting, when in Rome, do what the Romans do. When in Rome, do what the Romans do. So you need to look around and look how other women are dressing in certain places, or you need to ask somebody, hey, what should I wear when we go to this dinner? What should I wear? Is there a dress code? Ask somebody, because you women are disgusting with your inappropriate attention seeking behavior. So think about that. How do you know if it's inappropriate? If you're making other people uncomfortable, it's inappropriate. If it makes other people uncomfortable and it's inappropriate for that setting, it's attention-seeking behavior. It's not you being sexy. Stop. That's the difference between a pretty woman and a beautiful woman. A beautiful woman knows what's appropriate. A pretty woman don't. Now, another reason why you may be getting backlash, peace, Tyrone. Another reason why you may be getting backlash for being attracted because you're pretty but not beautiful, because you're acting pretty but you're not being beautiful. You exaggerate and you sexualize yourself. And this can go along with attention-seeking behavior, but what I mean by this is you're putting emphasis, you're exaggerating your looks, and you're putting emphasis on your looks to where you're sexualizing your attractiveness. And what exaggerating your beauty to where you're intentionally sexualizing it, what that can do is, again, if you're in a setting where that's just inappropriate, or when you can isolate yourself from others by exaggerating a feature that already makes you stand out. This is very tricky, but something that women with bigger butts in the African community, women with large butts, you're putting too much emphasis on your butt and how and your shape, and not enough in your personality and character. Your butt is already big enough for the world to see. For white women, if you have bigger breasts, because typically white women don't have as big butts as black women, but if you are a woman who has very large breasts, like Dolly Parton, and these I'm talking about naturally. I'm not talking about women who get plastic surgery to look like that. That's obviously you're trying to be pretty. I'm talking about when you have naturally beautiful features that already get sexual attention because you have big breasts, you have a large ass, you have very big lips. That these are features that already put sex on people's mind, because lips is a sexual feature of a woman's vagina. Your butt is a sexual feature, which it is connected to your hips and your shape that deal with your fertility and your ability to give childbirth. That's why bigger butt and bigger hips are attracted to men and are attracted to people, because these are sexual features, and although may be directly related to nurturing, this is why women and children will still look at big breast and big butt, because these are the features that women have that are about nurturing. Now, when you exaggerate, when you are already have big breasts and you're going out of your way to show extra cleavage or to exaggerate that when it's already obvious that your breasts are way bigger, and it's obvious, that can isolate people, and now that can be being extra. And when you are extra, when you exaggerate, that will make people not like you, because some people don't like extra, and it goes back to attention seeking behavior. But when you and black women, especially, but also women who, you Latina women who hate black women, but you like to act black, and then you like to act like you have a big ass, but you really just have like wider hips. You know what I'm saying? But you want to act like you got a big ass like a black woman. You know what I'm saying? And everything, even though you hate African women, um, and for actually African and black women, when you are exaggerating your butt, and you're walking in a way where you're shaking your butt in everyone's face, when you're going everywhere twerking, when you're going to upscale shops in commercial areas, and you're going to into shops where rich people frequent, and you and your girlfriends are all twerking and creating black fatigue because you're in upscale places and you're making videos of you twerking, trying to degrade the image of the black woman, and trying to degrade this feature into something that you're making sexual, something you're sexualizing your butt. You already have a big butt. You're already looked at as Sarah Bartman. And when you go out of your way to exaggerate and put yourself on display, when you have these big dick sucking lips, you know what I'm saying? And when you're exaggerating those things, and especially as white women who have bigger lips, naturally, I'm not talking about plastic surgery, because that's not beauty. It's cosmetic. But when you have these features that are sexually attractive, that are already you already have, um like, even with eyes, when people wear contacts to change their eye color, but some people already have attractive eyes. They already have hazel eyes, green eyes, blue eyes. They already have, golden, green eye in their eye. That's attractive. So when you're exaggerating, but eyes may not always be as sexual as lips, breast, and behind. And this is a bit more for women, because being beautiful is directly related to womanhood, femininity, and a woman's power. But as a man, if you have a big dick, and it shows through clothes and things, and you're not covering yourself up in an appropriate way, or, what I'm saying, in it, black men, um a lot of you how can I put this? Brothers, sagging pants may be jail culture, it may be prison culture, it may be gang culture. To some things it symbolizes, but black men, remember, some of you may sag your pants, whatever, because you're more well endowed up front. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. So men who are more well endowed, remember to dress in a way that's appropriate for you, where it's not showing through, or you're not, showing, your posture isn't showing like extra, you're not, where you're not just kind of showing like, yeah, I got a big dick. You don't have to exaggerate it by the way you walk, by the way you limp, by the way you sag your pants. Like, yeah, my dick is bigger than yours. I can't even keep my pants up, and I can't even walk straight. And black men, a lot of you don't realize you do that. But when you get around men of other cultures who walk upright and who walk a certain way, and whose posture may be related to, the cooler climate that they're in, where their parts are not hanging out and don't grow as big as the African. When you get around men and you have this African posture and all that stuff, again, there's a difference between a man, you being naturally African masculine versus you being this Black American. I gotta prove, the only thing I have in my masculinity is a big dick, so I have to exaggerate the fact that I have a big dick through my posture, through sagging my pants, and through how you're a lot brothers and men and other men who do just naturally have bigger dicks. Watch your posture and the way you're exaggerating that. Don't have a posture to where you're just exaggerating, oh, how big and heavy my schlong is. Show that there's more to you than you have a big dick. Don't exaggerate that sexual part. So I hope you guys understand how important it is to separate yourself with being pretty and being beautiful, or being so to speak, having toxic masculinity versus having true masculinity and manhood. Don't, if you already have a sexual feature that is already exaggerated and bigger and is already voluptuous, or you're already well endowed in a sexual feature, don't exaggerate it already. That's going to turn people off, because what you're doing is you're sexualizing yourself, and then you're turning yourself into a toy, and no one likes a tool. And so here it goes to the other, and this segues into another thing that you may be doing, women, when you're pretty, you versus being actually beautiful. And some of your behavior, some of the pretty woman behavior, is when you allow yourself to be objectified. And this is related to the exaggerated sexual features. When you allow yourself to be objectified for how you look, that can turn people off. And that is the difference between pretty and beautiful. Because beauty is something to be respected, but pretty or looks is something that people will objectify. And when you allow people to objectify you, you're symbolizing that you put effort into your looks so you can be a tool, so you can be a Barbie. And no one likes a tool. And this is not purely sexual, but you can allow yourself to be objectified by allowing others to use your looks to their advantage. So that doesn't have to be sexual. When you are a good-looking woman and you are going around, hanging around with ugly girls, with unattractive girls, with girls who could not get male attention unless they were next to you, it makes you look like a tool. And people don't respect you when you look good, and you are not respecting your own looks because you're allowing other people to use your looks as a tool for their benefit. When you allow your work or your job to put you at the forefront because you look better, but you're not getting paid more as a model. When you let companies use you as a model without paying you extra for modeling for them. When other people at the job don't look good as you, but they're using you for extra without paying you. That's gonna, then people are gonna see you as a tool, and then they're not going to respect your beauty. They're going to use it, and they're going to say, okay, we don't have to respect her. Well, let me use her because she's pretty. And when you allow yourself to be used as a tool, people actually believe you're dumb. And a beautiful woman knows how to play dumb for her advantage and for her protection and wisdom. But pretty girls are actually dumb. Pretty girls are actually dumb. And you know how dumb they are to how much of a tool they become for others. So there's a lot of ways that people can use your beauty, and you can be allowing yourself to be objectified for your looks. That doesn't have to do with sex. But one reason why you may get backlash for being attractive and allowing yourself to be objectified is when you allow the opposite sex to objectify you. especially ladies, when you allow men to objectify you, that can be why some people don't like you. And what do I mean by this? Ladies, you're prettier, you're more naturally attractive, you look better than your sister, than your cousin, than your best friend, than your coworkers, whoever. You look better than the women that you're closest to. All right? And you know it, and they know it. And you still are close to these women because looks don't determine your relationship with them. But if you're beautiful, you can have healthy relationships with people who look different than you, who have different who compared to you or next to you are not going to be considered beautiful, but they are in their own character because they don't live their life comparing to you. They're loving you for who you are. But if you're just pretty and you look better than the women that you're closest to, and your sister, your cousin, your best friend, your coworkers, they bring their husband around, they bring their boyfriend around, they bring their date around, and their date as a man starts flirting with you because you just look better. They may be in a relationship, in a healthy relationship, but because you look better, he's starting to flirt with you. He wants to get close to you. Even now, remember, a lot of women will use your beauty to keep a man. They will bring you around to show a man, hey, look at my beautiful, because then he'll want to maintain a relationship with her to access you. A lot, I would say about half of women do this. I would say on average about half of women find or get close to a beautiful woman to use her as bait to hook men that they know that they can't get. I would say about half. And this is why I warn women about your female friendships. But when it comes to being pretty and being beautiful, ladies, if you know you look better and you're allowing men to objectify you for how you look, you're allowing a man who's clearly in a relationship or on a date or married to start flirting with you because you simply look better than your cousin, than your sister, than your friend. And now her man is objectifying you and you're allowing it, that people aren't going to like you. But when you do not allow yourself to be objectified sexually by the opposite sex just because you look good, he don't like you, he don't know you. He's in a relationship with your sister. But he's flirting with you just because you look good, just because you look a little younger, just because your features are a little bit more sexually attractive than hers. You know, now he's flirting with you and being inappropriate because you look better, but you're close to the woman he's in a relationship with. Don't allow shit like that because that's going to make people not like you. Don't allow the opposite sex to objectify you because of how you look and to start sexualizing you and being inappropriate with you because you look good. It's not okay. And that goes toward to coworkers in other professional settings. Lady, you look better than all the other workers. Don't allow the boss to flirt with you and privilege you because you look good. Don't allow the new guys who come in to isolate you from the other girls and flirt with you and make and put you on a pedestal because of how you look, and then the other women aren't getting attention and now they're starting to feel a certain, you know what I'm saying? Don't allow men to objectify you because that's going to isolate you from women. You know what I'm saying? People don't like tools. So when you allow men to give you sexual attention just because of how you look and they don't even really know you, and they're giving you sexual attention when they already got a woman, or when it's not appropriate for him to be giving you sexual attention, like in the workplace or something, don't allow it, ladies. Demand respect. And here's something that I want to really unpack, and I want to get into the ageism and when the difference between a pretty woman and a beautiful woman and why people may not like you. Ladies, I want to talk about ageism. If you are a woman who is naturally attractive, naturally sexy, and if you're pretty, you're going to emphasize your age in relation to your looks. If you're beautiful, you're timeless. If you're beautiful, you're always beautiful and your energy is always beautiful. You were beautiful as a baby. You were beautiful. Your beauty has an effect on people. But if you're pretty, you are always going to promote your age in relation to why you're beautiful. What do I mean by that? Younger ladies, what do I mean by this? A ugly woman, or a woman who's pretty, or trying to be beautiful when she's really not, on the inside out, because she's narcissistic and thinks she's better than other people. An ugly woman is going to compete with others through ageism. She's going to try to control how others respond to her through her age. How does that look? It looks like a younger woman who's in a situation where she's obviously younger than other women. She's going to act more immature and play up how young she is and compared to the other women, because she's going to believe in her mind that her youth or her being younger, meaning immature, that her being more immature than the other women around her is going to make her more attractive, particularly to the men. She believes that's going to make her look more attractive than the other women. So she's going to maybe start acting more immature to draw attention to the fact that she's younger than the other women, because she wants to control the narrative that her attractiveness is that, hey, I'm younger, so that gives me more power. That's how narcissism thinks. That's how ugly women think. So this is why you get younger narcissistic girls who go after older men, who go after men who are with women that are older, or who act a certain way when a man is with a woman that is older than he is. This is why when women are ugly, they're narcissistic and they want to control others. So they use whatever power they believe that they have. Just like I said in the beginning, the woman in the reel, she was average. So instead of acknowledging someone else as beautiful, she said, well, I'm perfect because I'm average. I'm perfect because I don't scare the shit out of people because I'm beautiful, but I also am not as ugly as other people, so I'm perfect. Because when it comes to ageism, whatever age you're at, you make that to be perfection. So younger girls want to make herself better than other women because she's younger. So she's going to act more immature. Pretty girl behavior. Ugly girl behavior, trying to be pretty. Narcissism. Older women, let's talk. Because you guys should know better. Older women should know better. But what older women do is they announce their age everywhere they go. And what this shows is that she in her heart subconsciously feels that she's not as beautiful as other women. So she is not even that, she's competing with other women. So she has to announce her age because she now has to make her age the perfection and make her age the standard. So what older women do is they announce that they're 40 years old. They announce that they're 35 because, a lot of women start feeling, a lot of women who play up, who when they were young, they played up being younger because they had to make their age. They had to make that some type of status symbol of their beauty. What happens is by the time they hit their 30s and they start to feel older because they have made youth their whole beauty and femininity. Now, once they get in their 30s, then they start to announce and start to try to pull rank over other women through their age. But you're not old until you're like 80. You're not an adult until you're 40 biblically when you're Hebrew, and you're not really old until you're like 90. And even they was still walking up spry. People lived for multiple hundreds of years. So especially as African or as any indigenous Scandinavian, Aztec, Mayan, any Mongolian, any indigenous culture, you understand, you're not old until you're like 90. All right. You're not an adult until you're like 40. So when you get out of the pedophilia culture, um, that elevates youth over wisdom, you recognize you're not old until you're like 90. So what happens is narcissistic women, when they become too old to use their age as a way to compete with other women, because they're 35 still hanging around 20-year-olds, or still just trying to play up youth instead of actually having womanhood. What they do is they announce their age everywhere they go. And what happens is, when they get in their 50s and 60s, they start demanding that they be acknowledged for how old they are. They start to, I think some people have seen that interview where there's a lady who's like 40, and she's like, oh, I'm 40 but I don't look like it, and they're like telling her she does. A lot of times what happens is older women will, um oh, I'm 40, oh, I'm 60, I know I look good for my age, and this and that. And what they're doing is, they're demanding that you respect them, because they're saying that I look good, and I'm better than you because I look this good at this age. So you have to respect me for being beautiful because I'm beautiful at the age of 60. And again, when you're beautiful, it doesn't matter what age you are, you're always going to be beautiful. But what their thing is, well, I'm 60. And so I'm now the standard of beauty, because you have to be this beautiful at this age. And so you have to respect me because I'm 60 and I'm still beautiful. And at the end of the day, ageism is a real thing. And when you as a woman are using your age to compete with other women, people don't like you. You don't have to demand respect when you're beautiful. You don't have to demand respect when you're wise. Okay? When you present yourself with maturity, and when you dress and you speak in a certain way and you poise yourself in a certain way that demands respect, you don't have to tell people why they should like you and why they should respect you. Um, and when a woman is really beautiful, other people are going to continue to tell her she's beautiful, and they may ask her her age because they genuinely are curious, because they can't tell. But she's never going to go around announcing her age. And she's always going to demand that you respect her no matter how old she gets, meaning you are to respect a woman, a dignified woman, as if she's youthful, as if she's like a young princess at whatever age she's at. You should never talk about a woman's age, and never try to degrade a woman because of her age. Never call a woman old. You know what I'm saying? These are things that men do to disrespect a woman. And a lot of men and boys like to refer to women who are older than them as old, because they are attracted to these women. They're attracted to older women, but they feel inadequate. There are so many younger men with older women who like that, who like a mature woman, who like a real woman. But a lot of men are ashamed of being attracted to mature women, just like a lot of men are ashamed of being attracted to obese women. A lot of men are ashamed of being attracted to African women, because that's not the standard of beauty. If you're not a 20-year-old blonde girl, with blue eyes and slender, you're not like really the or a blonde girl with a tan or something. You're not really the standard. And so a lot of men become ashamed of that. But when you're a beautiful woman, you're going to attract men at any age, and you won't have to use your age as the reason why you're beautiful. I'm beautiful because I'm 60. I'm beautiful because I'm 80 and I'm still out here in the club drinking and doing all of this shit like what I'm saying? I'm beautiful because I'm this age, still doing this, still looking like this. No, you want to see beauty? Look at my stepmom, my 80-year-old stepmom dancing at her birthday, and look at all the comments. And she was being herself. She's not dressed slutty and everything, very Christian woman. And she does not have to go around she doesn't go around bragging about her age or anything. She celebrates herself by the way she carries herself, the way she dresses, how going to church, dancing, working, being a great grandmother, all these things. Her life is a celebration of her beauty, but she never goes around talking about her age ever. She'll let you know if you need to get checked, or if you just need to, but she doesn't have to. And her me capturing her dancing, that's an example of true beauty. All right. And 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 ladies, that's how you should look when you're beautiful. You should not be competing with women who are younger than you, and younger women, you should not be competing with older women. So this is a reason why you're pretty and people don't like you, because you're not actually being beautiful, because you practice ageism and you compete with other women through your age. um Stop that, ladies. Stop trying to have the upper hand on another woman, and stop trying to degrade another woman because she is a different age than you. That, in the grand scheme of things, has nothing to do with her ability to get laid or take your man. It don't. So stop that. um another reason another reason why you may be acting pretty, but you're not really beautiful, and this is why you're getting backlash from others for being attractive, is charades and false humility. Putting on a charade, putting on a false persona, and putting on false humility, and putting on a faking innocence with it, behaving as if you don't know how good you look, behaving as if you are not aware that you are attractive, or that you look better than others naturally, behaving as if you're not aware that you are sexually arousing, or behaving as if you're so innocent about how attractive you are, and that you're so innocent about the effect and influence that you have on others, acting innocent about how influential you actually are. And a psychologist, and a psychiatrist, I like to watch her a lot. She talked about Taylor Swift doing the feigning innocence thing. She talked a lot about Taylor Swift, how Taylor Swift shows up and she's always doing the hand on the heart and the, oh my God, I can't, how did I get here? How did I become famous? Me? Really? Oh my God, you guys love me? Thank you so much. I don't even deserve this. Oh my God. Ladies, when you act like that about the fact that you're beautiful, about your privilege, when you act like that about your pretty privilege, it's disingenuous, it's a charade, and people don't like that. People don't like false humility. That is why you look better than others, and then the women go around and, I don't like her. Yeah, I don't either. It's because you're being fake. It's because you're not owning it. When Act like a fucking drag queen about your shit. Act like you know. Put on the makeup to show you got good features. You got that. You know what I'm saying. And like I said, don't exaggerate to a way that you're drawing sexual attention to yourself, where it's extra. But show that you look good, and show because beauty wields that power. Beauty owns that power. That woman is beautiful and she owns it. Other people don't own it. She's not a tool. She's not mean. She smiles. She's not exaggerating herself sexually, because she's not an object. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't isolate other people, because she understands that she has a power, which means she's taking responsibility for it. All of these things that I mentioned. But when you have this, oh my God, me? What? I'm beautiful? You complimented me? I look good? When you act like that, when someone does go all the way to compliment you, or to, you know what I'm saying, when you are fake and putting on a charade as if you are so innocent, when beauty, is a loss. Having beauty is a loss of innocence. There's no innocence with beauty. There's virtue. But the fact that you were given beauty means you never had sexual innocence. You are here for sex. You are here to arouse people sexually. So to act innocent about the fact that you are more physically attractive than others, it is it's so disingenuous and such a charade. And people can see through it. Because the very fact that you get attention is a loss of innocence. Ugly people do not know what it's like to be put on a pedestal. And for you to act like you're innocent when you have so much knowledge about how nasty and mean and ugly and how brainwashed and easily influenced other people can be just because you look at, when you act innocent about the wisdom that you have because of how people respond to you because you're more attractive than others, you're being fake and you're being phony and you're being manipulative, and it makes you a liar, and no one likes a liar. So when you put on a charade like you're innocent when you're actually sexually attractive, no one's gonna like you. Stop it. When you have power and you're acting innocent, when you have one of the most powerful, the strongest power that a woman can have, which is beauty, when you act like you don't have a powerful weapon and you're almost going out of your way to disrespect it by acting like you don't have it, all you're doing is inciting people to be like, well, I could have got that. I know what to do with that. I wouldn't be at, you know what I'm saying? What you're doing is you're spitting in the face of people who don't have that privilege, and you're saying, oh my God, what, you know what I'm saying? You're not respecting it. And you're inciting other people to say, well, why did God make her beautiful? Why did she get to get that man? Why did she get to get married? Why did she get to get the promotion? Why does she get to have these beautiful, attractive features when she acts like that? Because God could have gave that to me, and I would have known what to do with it. I would have known how to wield it. I would have known how to use beauty to my advantage. But when you act stupid and dumb and innocent, no one likes you because you're disrespecting the wisdom that comes with beauty. You're disrespecting it. And what you're doing is you're lying to others about who you are. You're not innocent. Beauty is wisdom. Prettiness, you know, you're a lot of that prettiness, you're guilty of trying to have a power so you can use it against other people. So when you are putting on a charade, you're showing people that you're dishonest, you're showing people that you're a liar, you're showing people that you're manipulative. And no one likes that. That's not beautiful. That's phony. And that's another reason why you may be getting backlash from others for being attractive. When your attractiveness is cosmetic and when it's not natural, people don't really respect it. So if you dye your hair and it's obvious that you dyed your hair, you may get a compliment, but people don't really respect that. People respect naturally long hair, naturally. And I'm gonna talk about some features that are this is why when you put on that charade, like, you don't know that you have features that are naturally more attractive and have features and things that other people want. Just like if you're rich, everyone wants to be rich because it's a huge advantage. So when you don't respect that privilege and you wield it, you know what I'm saying, and when you another thing I want to mention before I go into features of attractiveness, when you when you brag about your privilege, that's pretty behavior, but that's not beautiful. Beauty doesn't need to brag. All right, beauty simply sets the standard. um so when you brag about the benefits and the privileges of being beautiful, as and you talk about it as if it's normal or as if it is universal, that's going to isolate other people, and that's going to be off-putting to other people. What do I mean by that? If you're a beautiful woman and you are bragging about what a man does for you, or the fact that you got two, three, four, five boyfriends, or you're bragging about how many times that you get hit on or something like that, when you're bragging about it, or when you're talking and having conversations with other women who don't look as good as you, who don't have the same experiences, who don't get treated the way you get treated by men, and you're talking about like it's normal for people to have 5, 10 boyfriends, like it's normal for people to have a sugar daddy who buys this and that for you, like it's normal for you to get booty calls, you know what I'm saying, because people are ready to have sex with you because they think about you when they're ready to have sex, and they call when you talk about these things like it's normal, and when you're bragging about your privilege, and you're not acknowledging that these things are not normal to other people who are not as attractive, when you talk about being a model and being able to get in the club for free, or all these certain particular things, it what you're doing is you're rubbing it in people's faces, and you're you're I don't know how to. It's almost like you're trying to create insecurity in other people. It's almost like you're trying to validate your own beauty. And that's something a beautiful woman is never going to do. A beautiful woman is never going to lack the empathy to make her lifestyle and her experiences the norm or universal. She's going to be fully aware that she is treated differently because of the effect that she has. She's going to be fully aware that her power is beauty, and that her lifestyle is beauty. But when you make your lifestyle the norm and universal, to where you're bragging about how beneficial it is to be beautiful to people who don't have that benefit, it's like a rich person bragging about going on vacation every day, being able to fly, to Italy for the weekend to get the best pasta, and then being able to come back to, what I'm saying. When people who can spend $25,000 a day on luxury act like it's normal, when some people have to budget $25 to stretch for the whole week until they get their next paycheck. When you're talking like that to people who live a completely different lifestyle than you, based on the lack of privilege, bragging about your privilege, you're inviting jealousy, and you're inviting people to rob you and steal from you. You're inviting people that have less than you, whose lives are harder than yours in that certain arena. You're inviting them to take from you. It's almost like you're like, hey, I have an overabundance, so I wouldn't miss if you slept with one of my boyfriends behind my back, you know, oh, I wouldn't miss it because I'm here bragging about how great my sex life is because I look good. You're inviting someone to sleep with your man. You're inviting someone to set you up and have them niggas come rob your house or your crib or your car or your girl because you just bought her so much jewelry because you're so rich, and this dude can't even afford to pay rent this month. His girl's got to pay rent. You know what I'm saying? And you're making him, you're embarrassing him when he's struggling just to even keep his woman. You know what I'm saying? Because he's embarrassed because he can't make rent this month and she has to pay it. And you're bragging about the wrist, the watch, and the matching jewelry, diamonds and pearls that you got your bitch this week. You know what I'm saying? Bragging about your privilege, that's how it looks. All you're doing is you're inviting people to take from you. You're inviting people to take from you because and you're isolating people, and what you're showing that you don't have empathy, and you're telling people, I don't care about your experiences, because if you're not experiencing what I'm experiencing, something's wrong with you. And that's just not, there's no sympathy to that. There's no wisdom to that. And you don't have to validate your own beauty by bragging about how you benefit. um so be careful about how you talk about the effects and the lifestyle that you have of beauty toward people who don't live a lifestyle of beauty, whose lifestyle is full of kids and changing diapers and going to work and you know what I'm saying, whose lifestyle is full of labor or intellect or other things than beauty. Beauty is a lifestyle. And when you live in beauty, it's like living in luxury. It's like, when you live in beauty, you can't act like it's normal, because it's not. It's not. Beauty is rare. All right. It especially now, when the liberal agenda has told women being ugly is better than being beautiful, being masculine is better than being feminine, hating men is better than respecting men and their authority. Now, that bragging and all that leads to that charade of you acting like you're not privileged, and acting like you don't understand that you've been blessed a certain way. Now, I mentioned the sexual features that should not be exaggerated and over sexualized. Like I said, if you already have big lips and you're wearing bright red lipstick, you know what I'm saying, and what that symbolizes, that can be drawing over sexual attention to an already sexual feature. Bright red lipstick is a very attention grabbing, let me emphasize sex. That's what that symbolizes. And even bright red in general, whether it's a sexy dress or not, wearing bright red is very sexual. And here's some things that I want to talk about beauty and talk about looks and features that I want to help women to be more beautiful, and to help women understand what natural beauty is and how you can enhance it, and how you can really get into beauty instead of just trying to look pretty, so you can access the advantage that being beautiful gives those who have it. Here's some features that will make you stand out, and that will make you more beautiful or sexually attractive. And if you have these features, be aware of it, and don't act like it's not a benefit and a blessing. Don't act like it's not a preferred or highly desired feature. Don't act like these are not features that people who do not have them are going out of their way to achieve, because it's a look that is highly desired. Here's these features. Thick hair. Not necessarily long hair. Thick hair. You can have long, thin hair, and it can look bad. But when you have thick hair, a thick head of hair, and really thick hair, that makes you look younger. That gives you more beauty. So naturally thick hair, that's a feature that you should embrace, that you should play up, because that's a feature that inspires and is influential to others, where they want thick hair. People do things to have naturally thick hair. The coarse, kinky hair of the more West African person and the West African, when it comes to femininity, the coarse, kinky hair, when it is the standard of beauty and maintained, and we have all the tribal styles, again, that's the beauty of thick hair. But when it comes to being oppressed as an African, the coarse, kinky hair is a form of a curse, and it is a form of that baldness that God placed on the Hebrew Israelite, the daughters of Zion, as I talk about in the book of Isaiah, chapters 3 and 4. And so this is why African American women, a lot of times, or women, Black or African women who are in predominantly white cultures, this is why the African American woman may be the only woman who has thick hair that seeks to straighten it or make it thinner, because her coarse, kinky hair texture can be scabby, and it can be a burden. it can be a burden on her to achieve that standard of beauty, and that is an intentional curse that God put on his own chosen people. So the African American woman who has scabby, coarse, kinky hair that is unmanageable, so to speak. The way the West African knows how to manage our, what they call it, 4C hair, and knows how to manage our sacred spiraled crown. We know how to manage it into the sacred styles that we styled it in, including locks and cornrows and interlocking, weaving, braids, micro braids, box braids, beads, and putting certain adornments and braiding those things into the hair. All these different weaving of designs, cutting of designs into the things, and the ancient Scandinavian, which became the Swedish, which became, kind of like the modern day Viking, but the ancient Scandinavian had these tribal things too when it came to their hair and their markings and such. Most ancient indigenous cultures do, but in terms of the hairstyle of the West African, that is very different than the African American woman who has been cursed and given the burden of achieving the standard of beauty that is opposite of hers. That is a curse on the Black woman. And she will experience that until Black people learn to repent and get right with our God who cursed us by white supremacy. White supremacy is a curse on the Black race for our wickedness. So don't feel bad for it. You know, if you're not part of cursing Black people, and you are not enduring the curse on Black people as a Black person, don't feel bad in a spiritual way. Now, all I'm trying to say is thick hair is a desirable feature. Unless you are a cursed African, unless you are a cursed Hebrew Israelite woman, thick hair, not necessarily long, but thicker, a full head of hair is a desirable feature that will make you more beautiful than others. Almond shaped eyes or slanted eyes, eyes that are piercing, eyes that are shaped in a way where they kind of pierce into your soul. And then, bigger, wider eyes that are considered very cute, like baby-like or innocent, or almond-shaped eyes or slanted eyes. These are features that will make you look more attractive or beautiful than others. In Asia, they make a lot of their anime characters with European eye shapes instead of Asian and Mongolian ones, because they are trying to reach that European standard of beauty where your eyes are bigger and it looks cuter, like a cat, or like certain animals that have, even the animals that have bigger eyes, they look more innocent. Animals that have slanted eyes, they look wiser, like I said, piercing, but it's sexy. What bigger, wider, open eyes are innocent, attractive. Slanted eyes, almond shaped eyes, piercing eyes is sexy, attractive. So these are features that people desire. How do people desire slanted eyes? When you see women putting the wing on their eyeliner, she's trying to achieve the slanted eye effect. The slanted eye effect. When you see people more Asian, and even sometimes certain, Asian, African, and maybe certain South American, when you see them having that wider eye, the wider European eye, as opposed to a more slanted or closed eye, related to the climate that they're in, especially with the desert. Let's not forget about desert and mountainous regions. The slanted eyes help with keeping stuff out of your eye in places where wind blows and stuff. So this is why the Asian is related to the element of air, and their features are distinguished in that way based on that element they're related to. So once again, almond shaped eyes, slanted eyes, and unless you're Asian, where the big exaggerated cute eye or the wider eye of the innocent look. These are features that will make you more attractive than the next person. Acknowledge that these are features that other people are trying to achieve. A narrow nose. A narrow nose. And this is something that I really experience. And because my cousin always talks about my nose, you know what I'm saying, and how that particular, how it really, the narrowness of my nose, I think, is what confuses people most about, it's why people ask what race or nationality I am when I obviously have features of an African woman. It is my body shape. I would say, namely, the fact that I do not have a bubble butt. And it's the posture that I have, the posture that I have, that shows a education that most African American women don't have. It shows coming from a class or coming from a certain status that a lot of African American women don't have. It's my nose, and it's my posture, and it's how petite my frame is and how small my butt is. It's not necessarily a bubble, like I said. And I have that lyric in my song Snooze. All my haters be like, damn, I ain't know this bitch could rap. All my lovers be like, damn, I ain't know her ass could clap. Because without, when I put on clothes, you can't see that I have the little roundness. But like I said, skinny girl problems, we look better naked. So that narrow nose, when you have a narrow or pointier nose, and not necessarily pointy, because you can have a pointy nose that's still wide. And this is what you will see in a lot of maybe more East African and Native American. You'll see the nose is still wide, but it comes to a point instead of being a round wide nose, like a West African having a thick and rounded nose. It's not necessarily how pointy your nose is, because a lot of Africans still have a point to their nose, even though it's still wide. The nose is still wide. I'm talking about a narrow nose. The more narrow your nose is, this is a feature that everyone wants to achieve. And that's why in makeup, women sculpt to make their nose look more narrow, or to have it more of like a button at the end, which will give you a more youthful look. That point at the end will give you like a more youthful look. But the more narrow your nose is, that is an attractive feature. That's a beautiful feature that people go out of their way to get. And these are the features that are typically that give you universal beauty. And that is one of the things, like I said, that I noticed with my nose. I think it's that nose shape that makes people confused about, what am I mixed with? And so I'll get into having universal beauty and what that means. I'll get into these things when it comes to race, and why beauty really is having universal beauty, where you have features that are universally beautiful, not only beautiful to a certain race that has them, or to a certain heritage or culture that has these features as the norm, but you're universally beautiful. That's why blonde hair is not necessarily sought out so much as a thick head of hair. Thick head of hair is universally beautiful. Blonde, it's from culture to culture. But I will say, but again, moving on with these features, blue eyes, red hair, and freckles. These features tend to be universally beautiful and desired. Or what I could say is, maybe in more ancient times, these features were considered standards of beauty, or considered to make you more attractive or more sexually desirable, so to speak, than others. Naturally red hair, natural blue eyes, which again was not strictly European. You got the Eskimos and the Inuits, and you got the Australians and other, even the Pygmies, if I'm not mistaken. There's a lot of African tribes that if I'm not mistaken, were known to also have blue eyes, even maybe some blonde hair. And so, what I want to mention the blue eyes and the red hair, um, because freckles also was a feature that was considered beautiful or attractive, or a feature that maybe in older times, but it was a feature that other people would desire and people will want, and people do put on fake freckles too. And so freckles is a feature that you may have that will make you more attractive than others, or that is considered beautiful. Red hair, freckles, blue eyes, these and then naturally blonde hair, these features are related to some forms of albinism when it does come to the African, so to speak, or to certain these the fairness of those features, or these features that can be related to a genetic mutation, that in some places what it was considered attractive. Even though they may have been considered genetic mutations, they may have been related to you're a witch, a symbol of you being a witch or having certain traits. But when it comes to beauty and attractiveness, these features of fairness or albinism or mutation, if you have those features naturally, you are more attractive than average. You're more attractive than the average person. So acknowledge that. High cheekbones. Again, contouring the face and everything. High cheekbones. It makes you look sophisticated. It doesn't necessarily make you look youthful the way having a wider face may look. You more have like a baby face, but high cheekbones is a sign of beauty, and it is a feature that everyone desires, because it lifts your face, and you want lift again. In thick hair, like the African hair, our hair grows up, it doesn't limp grow down. And so the more lifted your features are, the more youthful you look, and the more healthier you look, and the younger you look, because when gravity takes over, that's when age takes over, and that's when people start to feel less attractive, look less attractive, or that's just generally when people start to respond to you less based on how you look, when gravity takes over a little bit. And that's why beauty, no matter how you age, you're still going to be beautiful, and you're still going to attract others with your aura, with your energy, with your virtue. But when you're just pretty, that stuff can fade. It can fade with age, it can fade with bad health, it can fade with lack of morality that's going to eventually show on your skin and how you look. It can fade. And so high cheekbones, or just the less gravity in general to your look. Higher cheekbones, if you have high cheekbones, especially black ladies, you're always worried about makeup and trying to put on makeup so the makeup can show, and try and blush and put makeup over your dark skin. But you're not realizing, when black women, we tend to, African women, we are more beautiful with our high cheekbones. That's a distinctly African feature. High cheekbones. And a lot of black women are so busy trying to put emphasis in their and getting attention through skin and makeup, but you're not realizing that your look is already the universal standard of beauty for a woman. So another thing about when it comes to skin too, and again, black women, I don't I don't condone lighting your skin. I condone skincare, and I condone naturally toning your skin to get rid of dark spots or uneven, but to just lighten your skin to look like a different race or to look like a different shade or to look brighter than other women so as to get more attention because your skin is brighter than the next woman. Lightening your skin is it's a form of comparing yourself to other women. It's saying, hey, my beauty is in the fact that my skin is brighter. It's not in my actual features. So light skin is not a universally desired feature. Tan skin is. Being pale is nowhere considered beautiful except in the modeling industry. Looking gaunt and pale and skeletal was never a standard of beauty except in modern modeling industry. And that's just a certain artistic approach. It's not a universal model standard either. Looking healthy was always considered beautiful. And you look healthy when your skin is clear. It's not that super dark skin is not a universal standard of beauty, and light skin is not a universal standard of beauty. Skin color is not a standard of beauty. Clear skin is a standard of beauty. So if you have clear skin, and a bit of tint, which can either be a tan or you have a natural blush to you. You have a natural distinction between your eyelids are a bit darker, your cheeks or the areas where blood tends to go to. You have a natural blushing or a flush to your face, when you have, if your lips are two different colors or if your lip color stands out. And this will happen with a lot of Black people, may have a darker upper lip and more pink on the bottom lip. If you have two-tone lips, that's a naturally beautiful feature. If it's natural, naturally darker eyelids where you look like you have a shadow on already. Naturally thick eyebrows and thick eyelashes, which is related to a thick head of hair. Thick hair. And for men, just having hair in general. Okay. There's nothing wrong with being bald. It's attractive, but it's more of a niche. Thick hair universally is a symbol of attractiveness. And so that goes for your eyelashes and your eyebrows for ladies. So if you have naturally thick eyelashes that look like mascara, naturally thick eyebrows that define your face and give it that natural shape, that those are features that will make you more attractive than others. And those are features that people use cosmetics to achieve that you naturally have. All right. But clear skin, it's not whether your skin is dark or light. That's going to determine the region, the climate of whatever culture you're in, and other soul things. You Asia and Japan, having actually white skin is considered beautiful. You want to look like a geisha. But what I'm saying, that's not going to be, even in Europe, being pale isn't, having a little bit of a tan or getting a little bit of sun or showing that we're getting some sun in the villa or whatever. The color of your skin is not so much universal as if you have clear skin. No acne, no discoloration, not too many wrinkles, just clear, like I said, tight lifted skin. If you just naturally have that, what some people do, your skin is naturally tight, your skin is naturally clear, that's something that people go out of their way to get rid of acne. People are going out of their way to get Botox, to do all this stuff to keep their skin tight and clear. And if you have that naturally, you're blessed, and you are going to be more attractive than people who don't have tight, clear skin. And let's see. Straight teeth. If you have a naturally straight grill and your teeth are straight and they are more white, what I'm saying? And there's a lot of things you can do to make your teeth yellow. Drinking wine, smoking, drinking coffee, eating nuts, certain things that stain your teeth, certain habits or certain foods that stain your teeth, chocolate. These things can take away that natural whiteness of enamel that, and you know, keeping your teeth straight, or just having naturally straight teeth, having that naturally straight jawline and your teeth being symmetrical, meaning your jawline is symmetrical too, you're going to stand out. You know, having a nice chiseled jawline and naturally straight teeth, that is an attractive feature. It's very attractive, especially on men. Um, especially with men, because the women can do a lot to exaggerate your mouth over your teeth in a lot of ways, but a man, when you have a chiseled jawline and you have those straight teeth with it, because a man being attractive is not necessary for a man to have power. A man cannot meet the standard of attractiveness and still be a desirable man sexually. But that's not always true for a woman. And this is why, in order to be considered ugly, you have to be a woman who does not like men and does not like putting in the effort to attract men. And that's the only way you can really be ugly as a woman. How you look naturally and how you were born naturally, that does not make you ugly. You can be deformed in certain things like this and this and that, but that doesn't make you ugly. The only thing that makes you ugly is, as a woman, the only thing that makes you ugly is not being humble to a man's authority, and not and comparing yourself to others. That's the only way you can be ugly. You can't be ugly because you were deformed. You can't be ugly because you're not as beautiful. You can't be ugly because you don't have these features that are highly desired or that make you more attractive. That does not make you ugly. The only thing that makes you ugly is thinking you're better than other people, comparing yourself to other people, trying to control other people who have power that you don't feel you have. Um those and you know, just like hating on that's the only way you can be ugly. But how you were born and how you look and the features that your parents passed on to you, that doesn't make you ugly as a man or a woman. But as a woman, beauty gives you power, and putting into your how pleasant you are and how you look, and humbling yourself to a man by being feminine, that will contribute to your beauty. And not wanting to be feminine, not submitting to a man's authority, having penis envy, and trying to control beautiful women who men have set as the standard for who they desire to marry and procreate with, trying to control that narrative, that's the only way you can be ugly as a woman. Trying to control the narrative of beauty, that's the only way that you could be ugly. The only way you can be ugly as a woman is if you are not beautiful. That's the only way. So just be beautiful. It's really that easy. You can't be ugly because of how you look. You can only be ugly because you're trying to control the narrative of beauty as the standard for womanhood, or woman's power. Not be having these features that are as attractive as the next one, that doesn't make you ugly. The only way you can be ugly is if you act like that woman and get up there like that woman said, and you get up here and say some stupid shit like, well, I'm in a perfect place because I'm not so beautiful that I scare the shit out of people, but I'm not so ugly because I'm off-putting. That is, only an ugly person says something like that. Only an ugly person compares how they look to somebody else's look. That's the only way you can be ugly. The only way you can be ugly, ladies and gentlemen, is if you compare yourself to somebody else. Stop comparing yourself to everyone else. Oh my God, all of a sudden you're the most beautiful person in the world. How did that happen? Because you're not comparing yourself to how somebody else looks. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. Imagine that. Now just make sure you make sure to do and not do these things in the upload, so your beauty is not prettiness that can be taken away, but your beauty is universal, that comes from who you are. The only way you can be ugly is comparing yourself to other people. That's the only way. Isn't that such a wonderful life hack? And so and some of the other features that you have that make you more attractive than others, that you have to be aware of and not act like you know, and that other people are going after: an hourglass shape, ladies. If you naturally have an hourglass shape, 36, 24, 36. If you naturally have that hourglass shape, you are more attractive than others. You are more attractive than other women. All right, you're gonna get more looks and attention, and offers than other women. That is a highly desired feature, to have an hourglass shape. A lot of people are not symmetric. A lot of people are not symmetric and proportional in their body shape, and um so see, I mentioned long eyelashes and this. So having these fairer features that make you seem more fair. And what do we mean by fair? Balance. What is fair? Fair means balanced. So fair did not always mean having lighter features. And they that in Europe, fair may mean lighter, but fair meant you are more symmetrical and balanced, meaning you are more easy on the eyes, meaning your features are not harsh to look at because they're not symmetrical. That's what being fair meant. It meant your features were perfectly symmetrical. Out having an hourglass shape as a woman, that's symmetry, and that makes you more beautiful than other women. Or it makes you more attractive, unless you exaggerate and sexualize it and try and twerk everywhere or whatever. But these are some things. These are some features that I think that you all should know make you more attractive than others. And some other little minor things, like having naturally long nails. Obviously that's something that a lot of women get cosmetic for, to have longer nails. So if you have a feature naturally that somebody that people that is popular for people to go out and purchase, you have to understand you are more attractive than others, and you should not act as if it's not a privilege to have something that is highly desired by the world, that is highly desired by others. So when you act and you do the Taylor Swift thing, where you act like, oh my God, me, I'm so beautiful, you're complimenting me, oh my God, thank you, I didn't. That's not. When you have these, what I want to say is, when you have these features that are naturally beautiful, and you receive compliments on your natural beauty and on some of these features that you have, the only right answer really is thank you, or it takes one to know one. Thank you if they're complimenting you on a feature that they obviously don't have. But if a woman is complimenting you genuinely, especially if that woman is older than you, and she is complimenting you on your beauty, or and if and again, and just in general, ladies, the only right answer is it takes one to know one, because it does. She would not be genuinely complimenting you if she herself did not honor the goddess and honor beauty wherever she saw it, because her lifestyle in herself is beauty. She would not be honoring it and worshiping her God through honoring every time her God shows up in beauty if she did not live lifestyle of beauty too. So the only right answer is it takes one to know one, because the only reason she's really complimenting you is because she is a reflection of your beauty. Now, if someone who is not as attractive as you and does not have an aura of beauty, or who is not more mature than you, is complimenting you because they're admiring and they're inspired by your beauty, the only right answer is thank you, with a smile. It's the only right answer. If that person is not some type of energy vampire, or not using sympathetic magic that I talked about in the last episode about the hag, if they are genuinely coming to compliment you because they're acknowledging that how you look has inspired them, like, oh my God, I love that, oh wow, you got really, I really like your hair, and you know what I'm saying, if you've inspired somebody who does not look like you to compliment you, you've inspired them through how you look. And their life is going to be better because now they have inspiration to be better, to be something they're not, and to access this beauty in life that they were not formally accessing until you inspired them to. The only right answer is thank you, with a smile. So ladies, if you're not behaving beautifully, that's why you're getting backlash, because you look good, but you're pretty, but you're not beautiful. That's why you're experiencing this disadvantage that ugly women try to put beautiful women at. No one puts you at a disadvantage unless that woman is ugly. Being beautiful is an incredible privilege for a woman. It is an incredible, magnificent, life changing experience to be beautiful. It is goddess energy. And for someone to try to take that away from you and say that it is a disadvantage, the only person who will do that is a really ugly person. A ugly person. And you can't be ugly unless you're comparing yourself to beautiful people. You can't be ugly unless you're comparing yourself to beautiful people. Because you're too busy taking what blessing that God gave you and you're making lemonade out of it. You're making lemonade out of the lemons that you're taking the fruit that you bear, and you're taking the blessings that you were born with, and you're producing fruit, and you're producing things for others with it. As long as you're doing that, you will never ever be ugly. It's only one way you can be ugly: comparing yourself to other beautiful people and trying to degrade their beauty instead of worshiping it or worshiping God by acknowledging God in others. Acknowledging God when God and Goddess shows up. And so so another something that women who do want to be more beautiful, a quick beauty hack that you can have as a woman and as a person is your posture. If you ever feel less attractive, or you want to be more attractive to others, and you want to have the aura of beauty, have a straight posture. Cross your legs, ladies. Keep your hands clasped. Yourself. Oh, I don't know if it cut off for a second or not. Check the Wi-Fi. But poise yourself. Make sure that make sure you stay poised, chin up, meaning that symbolizes confidence and it symbolizes regality. So always have your posture going up to, again, up to the sky. And that's why I was talking about how gravity is related to beauty, to true beauty. So always uplift yourself, elevate yourself through elevating your posture and walking upright, crossing your legs, angling your body, keeping your shoulders back, keeping your chin up, keeping your back straight, keeping your toes pointed, keeping your legs crossed. That is a quick beauty hack that will instantly make you more beautiful than women who are putting all of their posture into their breast, into their buttocks, into their lips, which is talking, gossiping, and trying to manipulate men, doing all that bullshit. And you know what I'm saying, and in their eyes. A lot of women like to look and give nasty looks and give demeaning looks and give flirtatious looks. All their posture is in their eyes and how they look at people. But ladies, when your posture is in your whole back, when you're putting your whole back into it, when your posture is in your whole body and you are upright and you're always elegant and you're in an upright position and your legs are crossed and you're always poised and your chin is always up to the heaven, you're naturally going to be more attractive than other people, because other people's posture is all in where their ego is. When your posture is in your crown and your crown guides your whole posture, and you got the Holy Spirit holding you up and lifting you up and keeping you from gravity and making everything lifted, you instantly, not only you're going to be more beautiful than other people, you're going to look like royalty. And people are going to treat you like you are nobility, because you're showing people that you are by your posture. Don't be one of these women who does not know how to walk and how to posture and pose herself. And posture will give you the ability to walk in high heels, which is something that a woman can do to make herself more beautiful. You can start learning how to walk in high heels, and all that has to do with posture. And I said this before, and I will say this again. As a woman, if you want to learn how to be more beautiful, more graceful, and more feminine, you have to take ballet classes. You must. You must take ballet. Taking ballet is more important than taking modeling lessons or modeling workshops. Ballet classes will give you the ultimate femininity that will set you apart and make you angelic. So please, ballet is directly related to no sovereign femininity. You want to have sovereignty in your femininity to where you actually have queen energy and are treated like a queen or a princess. Ballet. Okay. Please give me 1 minute. Give me 1 second. I'm going to step away for a second, and I will be right back in just a minute, and then we are going to talk about the last thing. I want to talk about beauty when it comes to race and cultural appropriation. So stay tuned. All right, y'all. I'm back. had to I had to take a bathroom break. It has been 2 hours. I be talking. Actually, I'm gonna crack this window real quick. I'm just gonna crack this window. Okay. And I hope you guys can hear me okay. Man, I'm just gonna light an incense real quick. I'm just taking a quick break. But I know it's not too many people watching right now, but for those of you who are, and if anyone has any questions, let me know. Anyone has any uh, questions or wants to do a reading about something, let me know. I know it's kind of early, and um, I know I get more of a live audience at night when people are up. I wanted to do this upload during the witching hour, but it started raining, and I was just enjoying the peacefulness of the rain against my window, and I just ended up dozing off and relaxing. So I wanted to make sure I was fully focused, because I think this upload is very important, and I really wanted to unpack beauty and unpack really some other myths. Hold on. I want to unpack some just some myths that I just want to debunk some myths about certain things, and this is one of the first ones. So just give me 1 second. I'm just gonna have a little libations and just get myself organized again. Oh, lots of talking. Some tea time. All right, yeah. All right, let's get back at it. I really had to take a lot of notes for this one because I was like, I don't want to leave anything out. I got a lot of insights after watching. Like I said, it's come to my attention that the liberal agenda is back at it again, trying to make being ugly superior to being beautiful. And so we're going to debunk that myth right here. And we're going to talk about, and we're just, again, if anyone tuning in now, for the last 2 hours, I've been talking about debunking the myth of beauty putting you at a disadvantage, and going through the differences between why your attractiveness may be causing people to respond negatively to you, and what the difference between being pretty or just simply having an attractiveness or an above average look versus being actually beautiful, and why beauty does not cause social backlash the way pretty girl problem behavior does. And what I'm talking about pretty is more of, I'm going out of my way to look better than others or to draw sexual attention or attractive attention to myself. But beauty has nothing to prove. Beauty is setting a standard, and beauty is an aura, it's a character, and it's a lifestyle that people live. And it's going to enrich your life. It's not going to make it harder. And so, like I said, it's come to my attention that the liberal agenda women are back at it, trying to make beauty a disadvantage. And like I said, the only time it is a disadvantage is when it is the only people who want to make beauty out to be a disadvantage are ugly people. You can only be ugly through comparing yourself to others. Now, having said that, okay, the last thing that I have that I want to talk about, why the difference between being pretty and being beautiful, and why you may be experiencing social backlash. If you are using your attractiveness for cultural appropriation, we have to dissect this here. No one likes cultural appropriation. No one likes it. So it's cultural appreciation, cultural respect. It's felt through the motivation of the act. What do I mean by that? If you go to an Asian restaurant and you choose to eat with the chopsticks instead of the fork, are you going to offend the Asians, or are you going to offend the non-Asians by you trying to appropriate the culture like it's your own? Or are you going to gain respect from the people for showing that you have enough respect for their culture to have learned about it, to be able to assimilate yourself into that culture when you are around that culture? I know that was a big sentence, but here an example: using chopsticks at an Asian restaurant, that's not cultural appropriation. That's showing that you have educated yourself enough to assimilate in that culture when you are around it. That's when in Rome, doing what the Romans do. Learning the language, speaking Spanish at a Mexican restaurant. That's not cultural appropriation. That's when in Rome, doing what the Romans do and making an effort to assimilate yourself into that culture. Covering your head. You know what I'm saying? When you're in a nation that requires women to cover up their body. That's not cultural appropriation. You're respecting that culture. It would be more disrespectful for you as a woman to go around and say, well, I'm American and I'm going to wear a bikini and I'm not going to cover my head, than to assimilate to that culture and respect the people around them. The influencer who was the white girl who got up and wore box braids and told people that, hey, this is our ancient Scandinavian culture and we used to do our hair like this, and that's cultural appropriation. You're not assimilating to any culture by making a video about why this hairstyle does not belong to the African women who it belongs to. You're using your look and you're using your influence, and which is why pretty versus beautiful. When you use your pretty influence to culturally appropriate something, people won't like you. And so when you are a white woman who goes and gets cosmetic surgery to have a big ass like a West African woman, when you wear certain hairstyles that are African hairstyles, and you are not African, and you wear African tribal hairstyles that are not indigenous to your culture, and you do that with the intention of attracting black men, that's cultural appropriation. When you do that with the intention of and I'm not going to just say the white women, when media, when Hollywood, when the modeling industry tells the black women to cut their hair off to be considered beautiful, to be considered models, tells the black women that they can't have their long natural hair or their natural hair texture, but allows the white woman to wear cornrows, afros, and locks that belong to the African hairstyle, but the black women themselves have to go bald and can't represent their own culture, but the white woman is allowed to represent it without consequence. That's cultural appropriation. So when you are pretty, you probably have a tendency to use your beauty to culturally appropriate things that you admire. But again, your narcissism makes you want to own certain things instead of live and let live. The narcissism says, you know what, I'm the most powerful, so anyone who has this other feature, this other power, I'm gonna take it away from them, or I'm still gonna make myself the standard of beauty. And that's what makes you ugly, when you want to make yourself the standard of beauty and take away from others. You know what I'm saying? So when you're comparing to others, so cultural appropriation can happen, and it does happen a lot. Unfortunately, a lot I think a lot of black women suffer from oppression for owning our culture. In other cases, other people, they can own our culture because they're not actually black. But when we do it, it's a little too ethnic. So if you are a pretty person who uses your influence to culturally appropriate, it's gonna people are gonna have a problem with that. People are not gonna like that energy. They're not gonna like you disrespecting people who may be oppressed for a certain feature, while you're saying, hey, I can take this from you and I can wear it without consequence. I can do this without consequence. So when, I'm saying, um, and when you're like Fergie with the Black Eyed Peas, and you wear you wear the cornrows sometimes, and you tan your skin, and you do all this stuff to try and make like you're also black. You know what I'm saying? Um, it you're when you're not being off you when you're not using your beauty to represent your beauty, when you take your beauty and use it to elevate another culture's beauty, that that can get tricky. That can make people feel like you're not really beautiful for how you look. It's like you're using the fact that you're attractive or whatever to get away with taking, just like taking from someone else. Now, it's very, very, very easy to talk about how white women may culturally appropriate um, other, may culturally appropriate. But again, there can be thin lines. But I want to talk about I want to talk to black women for a second, because um, cultural appropriation leads to interracial dating, and a lot of times it's about interracial dating. And so a lot of white women use cultural appropriation because their intention is to get a black guy. Their intention is to represent themselves as a black woman to get a black man. So I want to talk to sisters, because we know that conversation. We know how that goes. But sisters, when you as a black woman are more attractive than other black women, when you meet the standard of beauty in white society, because you have a more universal look to you, you have to you got to be careful of cultural appropriation, especially if you're a black girl who is straightening your hair and lightening your skin to look more white to fit in. But um if you are a black girl who attracts white men, and who can get a white man, or who may be with a white man, because you traverse the beauty standards, and you have a universal look, and this is what I want to say. Let's be frank. If you're a black girl with a white man, you probably in a predominantly white society where the black men are trash, and you either ended up with a white man because your standards were too high for the black men to reach, meaning you probably were raised with dignity, class, and education, so your standards were too high for the trash inferior black men to reach, and the white men were only ones who can actually reach your standards. Or you were too dark or too African looking for 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 the black men to consider you attractive or to consider you a sex symbol, because let's face it, black men grow up watching pornography that trains them to sleep with white women. It trains them to bestiality. Black men grow up watching pornography and watching all these things that train them to see white women as sexual beings, and to see black women as family members. and mothers only. But they are trained to have sex with white women. So anytime you see a black man with a white woman, he is practicing slavery. He has a slave syndrome, and he has this they are living this pornographic fetish. These white women grow up watching pornography where they're getting dicked down by black dudes, bestiality. And these black men are trained to sleep with the white woman and not the woman who God made as his counterpart. This comes from slavery. So anytime you see black men with white women, you're looking at people who have pornography addictions, people who practice Satanism and bestiality. A lot of the times they're aliens. They're like those reptilian great. They're part of that alien agenda of the aliens who have taken over our society and disguised themselves as humans. A lot of times, the one way to detect alien activity is to see black men with white women. So what am I trying to say? I'm saying if you're a black woman who ended up with a white man, it's probably for one of these four reasons. You are in a predominantly white society where black men don't sleep with the black women. Because in predominantly white society, it's wrong to be black. So black women always lose out. Or you were raised with education, dignity, class, and your standards were too high for the inferior black men to reach. Especially if you were in a predominantly white society, a lot of the black men are all slaves. So they'll never even look your way if you're a black woman in predominantly white society. So your standards are too high, you're surrounded by white people, you are too African looking for the black men who are brainwashed to mate with white women, meaning your skin is too dark, your hair is too kinky, and you are too unapologetically black. You're not trying to look white, and you're proud of how you look, so the black men are afraid of you because they're afraid of showing white people that they like being black, because he doesn't want to become a target by showing he's okay with being black. He has to act inferior to get by. So again, you look too African because you're in a predominantly white society. Your standards are too high because you're in a predominantly white society. You're in a predominantly white society where there's not enough black men to go around. Or you're nerdy. Or you're a nerdy black girl. You're a nerdy black girl who can genuinely relate to white culture, who genuinely understands and relates to white culture. So you can genuinely relate to the white guys around you. But if you're a black woman with a white guy, it's probably one of those four reasons. And I think and what I'm talking about, pretty girl versus beautiful, when you're a beautiful black woman, you have that wisdom. When you're a pretty black woman and you're using your prettiness for cultural appropriation, meaning, okay, I'm pretty, I'm gonna lighten my skin to be pretty as a black girl. I'm gonna straighten my hair to be pretty as a black girl. I'm gonna sleep with white men to be considered pretty as a black girl. When you're doing it for cultural appropriation, when you have that narcissism, I'm talking to black women right now. When you have that narcissism of I think I'm better than others, it shows in the way you think that you're too good than other black women to deal with black men. It shows in the way of I'm better, so I'm gonna deal with white men to symbolize that I'm better than black people, because it's a form of narcissism to think that you're too good to endure any form of that curse. And when you're pretty versus beautiful, when you're really beautiful as a black woman, you have universal beauty and you can attract all races, but you are honoring the man that God made for you, which is the black man, that you're going to have beauty. But when you're pretty and you're comparing yourself to others and you're competing with others, having a white man is going to be why you're pretty. Because we know white women are competing with us when they go with black men. We understand that's all about competing with the black woman and proving that she's better than us, proving that she can do us better than us, proving to the world that, you know what, I wish I was black, I would rather be black, so I'm going to go with a black guy because I really wish I want to be black. But black women, I know you don't want to be white. I know the only reason you're with a white guy is for one of those four reasons. Either you're nerdy and you can genuinely relate to the culture, you're educated and your standards are genuinely too high for a slave descendant. You're too African looking for a black American man who hates black women and will only accept you if you are insecure. You know what I'm saying? You're too confident in your African features for them niggas. And white men love that, but black men are terrified of it because it makes them have to protect and provide for you. When he's with a white girl, he doesn't have to protect and provide for anything. He's coasting through behind her skirt. He's coasting through behind her, protecting him from white supremacy. But if he gets with an African woman and he lets the world know that he's okay with how God made him, he becomes an immediate threat. So your features are too African for the bitch made black man who can not defend his own woman because he's a bitch. He's castrated. He's a slave descendant. Or you, again, like I said, you are around a bunch of crackers. And there's not enough black men to go around, and all the black men are programmed to only be with white women. So it all of the reasons, and at the end of the day, all of the reasons that you are a black woman who ended up with a white guy lead to the fact that you are in a predominantly white society. Because to be a black woman who lives in a predominantly black society and to be with a white man, that's it might that's some of that same narcissist. I'm not saying that love doesn't happen and everything, but some of that is that it leads back to that thing of, you you a lot of black women, you think you're better. You think you're better than the curse on our race. You think you're better than other black women. You're pretty, and you're using your pretty privilege to appropriate and cringe. And what do I mean by this? You're not humble in the fact that you are receiving the benefit from white men belong to white women. White men belong to white women. And you as a black woman, because you're pretty, because you traverse cultural lines, you have access to privilege that other ugly black women don't have, that average black women don't have, that black women who are not universal and who do not relate to white men, they don't have access to that wealth and that status. And you as a black woman, you are accessing status that is not sovereign to you or your culture. You as a black woman inherited a curse. And you are overcoming and defeating it by mating with a man that does not belong to you. And a lot of you for black women, this is true too. You culturally appropriate and you don't have the humility to appreciate that you are on someone else's turf, that you are receiving the blessings and the benefit and the sovereignty that white people have to oppress black people. You inherited a curse, black woman. You're not better than the black man, and you're not better than other black women. You have inherited a curse, and because of your beauty, you've escaped it. And if you don't have real beauty to understand that your beauty is allowing you to overcome the curse and to break the curse because you're beautiful. If you're just pretty and you're competing with other women and you're competing with other black women, because you can't compete with the white woman, especially not with no white man. That's her man. You're on borrowed time. You know what I'm saying? You are being adopted by a superior culture, by a culture that was given the sovereignty to oppress your people. And instead of being oppressed by them, you are being taken into their community, taken into their family, taken into their home, and being given the privileges and the sovereignty that they have. And a lot of you black women, you got to be humble about that shit. Don't culturally appropriate and act like it's your right to date a white man. It is not. It is not your right to date a white man, black woman. So be careful about how humble you are when you have achieved being accepted into white society, to where you're not dealing with the curse of poverty and dealing with the curse of having to deal with the inferior black man and how wicked and violent and savage he is. You need be humble about that. Be actually beautiful, and let that be the reason why you are accepted into a superior nation as someone who inherited a curse, honey. And I'm talking to black women right now because it's too easy to get on white girls. We know what their problem is. The whole world does. And white women, sorry, if you're a white woman with a black man, no one likes you. If you're using your looks and your pretty privilege to culturally appropriate, a reason why you're getting backlash from society for looking good instead of being treated like beautiful, like someone who is admired and honored and respected and influential, because you're actually beautiful and your beauty inspires other people in life. When you're using your beauty to oppress other people, to culturally appropriate, to brag, to compete, you know what I'm saying? You're wielding it irresponsibly. And for these white women to go after these black guys, they're using their beauty to compete. But black women, when your beauty gives you access to privilege and sovereignty, when you were born with a curse that came with these superior genetics came with the curse. And when you have that and you're able to overcome it, and access white society, maintain that humility. Don't act like it's your right, because that is it's always a privilege. It's always a benefit for a black woman to be with a white man, but it's always despicable for black men to be with a white woman, because you're taking away from a curse oppressed. You're contributing to white supremacy. But for a black woman to be elevated when 9 times out of 10 she's gonna end up a single baby mama because of the curse on our race spiritually, it's nothing but a good. It's nothing but a blessing. But black women, do not have the attitude that you're better than someone. Be honest. The only reason you're with a white guy is because of the disadvantage, because of the because you I don't I gotta be careful with how I say it. The black woman, the only reason you're with a white guy is because our race is cursed. That's why you ended up with a white guy, because of one of the reasons that affected you, because our race is cursed. And the only time where it can that is really sometimes genuinely just like about love and stuff, I said, nerds united. When nerds have united, that's just people can just genuinely relate to each other culturally, because nerds just think different. And when I'm talking about nerds, I'm really borderline talking about people with autism. Autism can traverse cultural appropriation, and nerds have autism, and that's why you're a nerd, because you have autism. And so that's what I'm trying to say. When you have autism, you can genuinely relate to everything. You're not limited in your ability to relate to creation, because you have autism. You're closer to God. Your brain thinks closer like God. You have autism. You have the innocence of a baby while you continue to become an adult. But autism is, it's clear because you think childlike, and it makes you closer to God because you have that innocent thinking. And that's what I'm saying. If you're a nerd, that's how you can end up with a white guy, or that's how an interracial relationship can be based on we have actual things in common, when y'all are autistic together. Okay. And I mean this for real. But other than that, black woman, you ended up with a white guy because the black man ain't shit, because you're surrounded by white people instead of in a black community where your odds will severely increase of meeting a good black man. You're not going to meet a good black man around white people. They may have money, they may have this and this and that, but all of them have been ran through by some white girls. And if you consider that good, and if you want to deal with that energy and that residue, I don't know how else to say it. Black woman, the only reason you ended up with a white guy is because black men because no black men couldn't meet your standard, because our race is cursed. It's not black men and white women choose to be with each other. A black woman ends up with a white guy because she does not want to end up alone because black men are trash. No black woman will end up with a white man where in a place where black men are superior. The only reason you ended up with a white man is because you are in a place where black men are non-existent or inferior. That's why you're with a white man. It's not because you want to be white. It's not because you have anything to prove. You know what I'm saying? It's because you said, I'm not gonna be alone, and I'm not gonna be with some inferior nigga. So I will be with someone of another race, and have the and be treated properly and have the right relationship that I want with someone I can genuinely relate to, instead of being with someone who's inferior to me. And all I'm trying to say is, black women, don't go into that privilege of being able to access white supremacy because you're a beautiful black woman who is universal instead of marginalized. Don't go into your access to white supremacy because of your beauty with ego. Go into it with the full humility of knowing you are blessed and privileged with your beauty to traverse and to overcome the curse, because you're actually that beautiful, to where you can overcome the curse on your race. Don't go into it with any sense of entitlement. White men do not belong to us. That is another woman's man. That man was designed for a woman of another heritage. Meaning, what does heritage mean? It means your inheritance. That man has a different inheritance than the black man has. That man has inherited the right to oppress the black man. The black man has inherited Christ's sovereignty. He's inherited the lands that King David fought for. The black man has inherited a certain connection to the Most High. So, black woman, when you are with a white man, remember something. You are still with a man who has a different inheritance than you have. You inherited a curse, honey. He has inherited the right to oppress you. Don't ever get that twisted. You are still dealing with a man that is designed for another heritage and for another woman. So be humble about it, black woman. Don't go out here with the attitude that because you got a white man, you're better than the curse that is on your people. You're not better than other black women because you are pretty enough to get a white man. Please be careful with that, sisters. No one is telling you black women this. No one is telling black women how low class it is to brag about having a white man. No one is telling people how low class it is to talk about race in general. But there's nothing more low class to be in a situation where you have to announce that the person you're dating or married to or sleeping with is of another race than you. That is so low class. And it shows how much you're objectifying that person instead of actually loving them for who they are, which is somebody who has a different inheritance than you. And that's why none of this interracial shit is about love. It's all reptilian agenda shit. When the aliens took over the government back in the 40s or whatever, and they packed it with them aliens, that's where they had to pump this interracial shit. Wasn't that around time Sidney Poitier, wasn't he the first nigga got showed on a big screen with white women? Wasn't that around the time that the government packed it with them aliens? I can't stress this enough. Interracial dating, meaning black men with white women. Interracial dating is a black man with a white woman. A white man with a black woman is just picking up the slack. Interracial dating, marriage, procreation is a sign of satanic activity. It is them aliens, which are them demons that packed it with our government, and ever since then all they promote is black men with white women. They're terrified to not show a black man with a white woman. Once Sidney Poitier in the black and white time, when he acting, take home, who coming home, or who's for dinner, what the fuck that nigga do? I'm for real now. Come on, talk to me, y'all. What's up with the void? Talk to me. Once Sidney Poitier the first nigga in black and white with a cracker? Who's coming to so anytime you see black men with white women, you're looking at alien reptilian gray activity, which is satanic. And it started when the government packed with them for whatever. Independence Day tried to show it to you. Our government been dealing with them aliens. And that's the only reason you see black men and white women promoted, because that's reptilians. That's them. That's how they are. They're not people. They're not human. They have to corrupt the DNA so they can clone. I don't, this is getting off subject. My point was, interracial dating, you are with someone with a completely different spiritual, physical, metaphysical, genetic, and religious inheritance than yours. So be humble about it. So the Void Studio says, this is true. I've only ever been absolutely humiliated and disrespected by black guys. White guys all hold on now. White guys always treated me well. But you are right. I married a black man that showed me something different. So Esoteric says something. Um so peace, the Void Studio, peace sis. And thank you for commenting. Um and that's why I want to, when it comes to the whole subject of pretty versus beauty and debunking the myth that beauty is a disadvantage. Beauty gives you immense privilege. And when you have true beauty as a black woman, it's because you have a universal look. You're not going to be considered beautiful as a black woman unless you have a universal look. And I if you have a if you look too African, you look, if you have a negroid look, you're not going to be considered beautiful. And a lot of people are going to lie to you because they're going to feel bad, because you don't have any of these desirable, if you don't have it, you, because you may not have the universally desired features. And so a lot of black women don't have universally desired features. They have features that are considered beautiful in West Africa, but they have features that nobody desires to have outside of West Africa. No, they have features that no one desires to have. Now, again, the African woman, the feature that the features that the African woman has that everyone highly desires are high cheekbones, full lips, clear, youthful, tight, shiny skin, glistening skin. Doesn't matter necessarily the color. That's from region to region. But yes, a skin that looks healthy with a tint, any type of tint or tan that looks healthy, and the skin that is glistening and shiny and clear of the African woman, and the round bubble butt of the African woman, and the an hourglass shape, which does not necessarily mean a bubble butt. A lot of times the African woman has a butt that is disproportionate to the rest of her body, but an hourglass shape means your entire body is proportionate to itself. Having a bubble butt is disproportionate. However, that is a feature that the African woman has that is universally desired. But the puffy chicks, the puffy cheeks, the wider face, the short, like another feature that I forgot to mention was having a long neck. Long neck, a longer neck, which gives you that lifted posture and a skinnier look. That is a universally desired feature that makes you look a little more like more feminine and poised. So if you have a shorter neck, if you have like shorter more, if you have a shorter feature, shorter torso, shorter neck, shorter legs, these are features that make you look shorter instead of that make you look elongated. A long torso makes you look elongated. A longer neck makes you look elongated. Longer legs make you look elongated. These things make you look elf like I was saying, they give you posture. So the hefty, down to earth, where all the postures in the hips, that's not that you know what I'm saying, the way that a lot of you black women walk with, that you walk heavy with weight, that's unattractive. Having the thicker, the extra thick, You know what I'm saying? The big ooga booga eyes and extra thick nose, and you know what I'm saying? Look, that's not, those features aren't desired outside of Africa. Um, Having a big, the extra big face and stuff. The lack of cuteness, the lack of those universal features where if someone can't look at you and be like, I wonder where you're from, you, as a black woman, it's gonna be very hard for you to be considered beautiful in places that are not West Africa. I mean that. And you may be considered beautiful as a courtesy, but remember the Sarah Bartman. Um, there's this YouTuber I follow. It's her thing is called something baby, Ella baby or something baby. She's a really pretty black girl who lives in Japan. I think she's an exchange student, and a lot of her videos are basically showing her being objectified by the Japanese, showing that them looking at her, being in awe of how she looks and awe of her beauty. But this is where pretty versus beautiful comes in. When you're beautiful, you don't allow yourself to be objectified. Being worshipped is different than being objectified. And when you're going around in another nation and people are objectifying you because you have all these African features that they're not used to, if you're not benefiting from it, you're being objectified like Sarah Bartman. And black women, you got to understand something. A lot of people do not consider your features beautiful outside of actually West Africa. Your West African features are not considered beautiful, and they're not considered desirable outside of West Africa. People tell you you're pretty and tell you you look good and tell you black is beautiful out of a courtesy to you, so you don't try to change or try to adopt the universal femininity that really is makes you considered to be beautiful, not just beautiful in Africa. They're gaslighting you, and they're objectifying you like Sarah Bartman in a way where they're not actually honoring the fact that you have the original femininity. They're objectifying and saying, "Oh, look at this! Look how different this is from us." But until they look at you as just something non-sexual, until they look at you as someone who can actually be a wife and someone part of their culture, they stop objectifying you when they consider you part of their culture. And sometimes it takes more than just speaking the language to be considered part of that culture. You know, when you really start and get invited to, because it's easy to get invited to a black barbecue. Black people invite any other culture because black people are dying, literally dying to be accepted. I talked about, all these black men. Black men will die to get with white women. White women are not dying to be with black men. They're making sure that the black men around them don't get with black women, but they're not going out of the way to get with the inferior black man in his impoverished state. But black men are dying and being killed and being murdered and lynched and shot in cop cars because they can't keep their hands off of the white woman. And so people are not dying to be with the black woman and to invite us to the barbecue and get us assimilated in their culture. It's very hard to be accepted in general by other cultures that are non-black. Black people will accept anybody in our culture. That's why we are the easiest to conquer, because we have low self-esteem. We see other cultures as superior to us. That's why we can't wait to accept them. It's very hard for a black person to get accepted into another culture. We are seen as inferior, and rightfully so. We are cursed. And other cultures have enough wisdom, sovereignty, and protection for their women and children to not let a cursed race into their culture. Black people want to be part of everyone's culture and want everyone else in our culture because we know we're cursed and we know we're inferior and we know we need help. So when you are a black woman with a white man, you have overcome the curse. You are accepted into a culture that is a liability to take you in. Black woman, recognize that. Tyrone says, well, look at me. Have you seen me date anyone? Been rejected so many times. I'm the only black man living my best life, single life, enjoying sweet life, blessed and all. God kept me at ease, and I've been moving forward, therefore my family, and I've been loving myself even more, so I continue. Peace, Tyrone. And you know what? Honestly, keep doing what you're doing. And honestly, Tyrone, my advice to you, get your money up and travel, and understand that a man's power to be attractive comes a lot in his money. If you are not conventionally attractive and you are not a highly desired man, and the women that you like don't like you because you're just not conventionally attractive, get your money up and start to pay for women. Start to get the women whose attraction to you can buy, because this is something that men can do, that a lot of that a lot of men, you don't put enough effort into having money to get women. A lot of you men, you boo-hoo and, oh, I'm not tall, dark, and handsome, and boo-hoo-hoo, and you don't just get money and buy you a woman, because so many women have figured it out. Older women, unattractive women, fat women, white women who are desperate for black dick because they're unsatisfied, you know what I'm saying? Black women, you know what I'm saying, who have to date like younger men, or who have to deal with inferior black men because those are the ones who will dick you down, right? Everyone, a lot of women and a lot of other people who are just sick of not being sexually satisfied and not being sexually desired, they have figured out how to get their money up and pay or buy or Uber or fly in or fly out what when they need some sex, because it's just part of being an adult. And this is part of being an adult. You got to get in where you fit in. You are grown. And if you as a man, if you can't go out because of your looks or because of your nice car and everything, and get the attention of women, and the women you know are not interested in you, get your passport, get your money up, and do what other unattractive men do. Go to where you can afford the women, because you're grown, and I and people have to take the options for them. And this is why I want to explain to people, when I do give you readings, I'm not, I treat, you gotta, everyone has to live your life. You gotta live their life. That's why I said being beautiful, looking good is an enormous privilege, and everyone has to take whatever privileges you can take. Being a man is an enormous privilege because of that, because you don't have to look good in order to figure out how to get some pussy. But a lot of women, you know what I'm saying, who don't look good and don't meet that standard, and aren't in places where there are masculine men enough to actually be with them, have figured out they're buying good dick too. And you know why? Because they're grown, and they're not going to continue to live their life waiting on God to send them a blessing, and they're not going to wait till they're 50, 60, 70, 80, or 90 for God to show up. They're going to take what opportunities, they're going to take what is available to them at their disposal to live their best life. And Tyrone, you're a man, you're able-bodied, which means you can get money. If you can walk, if your arms work, even if they don't, you can get money. And if you can get money and you're a man, you can get pussy. Take that to your advantage, because it's very hard for a woman who's not sexually satisfied to figure out how to find a man who will sexually satisfy her. And I'm not saying that pussy is all you want, but what I'm saying is it's not that easy to get women and get women's attention and get women's company when you got money. So let go of the idea of having a relationship with women who are out of your league, and get with the women who are in your league if you really just don't want to be alone, or fantasize about women who don't like you. And this is what I'm talking about, black women, who get with white men and who are with white men. Let's be honest. You're with a white man because black men don't like you. You don't attract the black men that you like. And if you're beautiful, if you're attractive, you're going to attract everything. But a lot of sisters, black men don't like us. Let's be honest. Black men don't like us. They don't like us because we're nerdy. They don't like us because we're autistic. They don't like us because we're educated, our standards are high, and we expect masculinity out of them. Black men don't like black women. And a lot of times you end up with a white guy because black men don't like you. You are one of those black women that black men can't fucking stand. And that's okay. It's okay. It's okay to be Candace Owens. It's okay. You know why? Because she's living her best life, and she's not out here comparing herself to other women, because she's happy as a motherfucking clam, and she got her platform, and she doing her thing. But black women, don't you ever get out here with no ego. Your beauty is a privilege. And that is the number one example of how beauty will make your life so much better. Because being a black woman, beauty is your ticket into sovereignty. You will be accepted and you will overcome the curse just because you have natural beauty that other men actually find attractive. Because no other race of man genuinely finds West African features beautiful. That's just not really for real out here. It's not for real. Other men don't go for obesity. Other men don't go for masculine attitudes. Other men don't go for all those thick, hyper looking, you know what I'm saying, um, hyper masculine features and stuff. Other men, that's not what other races of men consider attractive. So to be a black woman who is desirable enough for another race of man to take you to wife and want to start a family with you, you that's a humongous privilege that other black women cannot access. Other black women are not considered beautiful. And a lot of and some black, and like I said, this is why when you're beautiful you have wisdom that ugly people don't have, because ugly people are constantly lied to. That is one of the advantages of being beautiful. You learn truth, because you see how people, when you're ugly, everyone's always treating you nice because they feel bad for you. So you don't experience truth. You don't experience truth. When you're pretty, a dude will sleep with you just to tear you down, and you experience the truth about how wicked men are. Ugly women don't know how wicked men are. They think all men are nice. They think all men are great. Beautiful women know how wicked men are. Thank you for the advice, but this is not about money. I don't have to live anyone's life because money can't buy you love. Because I'm being obedient to God, I've been more blessed than ever before. And I agree. And like I said, keep doing your thing. But if God don't show up for you, and you find yourself getting older, and you ever decide that you're done waiting on God because because God's timing isn't working for you, remember you have the privilege of being a black man in this world, where being a black man is now a very hot commodity for non-black women. Use it or lose it. That's all I'm saying. Because all black people deserve to live their best life. But Tyrone, I honor you. I love you. I know your struggle. We've been in this single struggle together, and neither one of us is sacrificing or selling our soul. Neither one of us is gonna make it about money or anything. I'm just keeping it real. So keep being an inspiration, Tyrone, to other people, and keep showing people what it means to have a relationship with God. The voice says, even career wise, it's gotten me everywhere. Being beautiful, there's no other way to show how much being beautiful is a privilege and a benefit in life than when you are a black woman who actually has beauty. Because as rare as it is just to really anymore see a beautiful woman, when being beautiful for a woman used to be normal. It used to be normal before the liberal agenda. And so I want to talk about, being beautiful, and really being beautiful as a black woman. It helps you. You're blessed, and you can overcome the curse, because one of the main curses on black, like, we know our men, they're castrated, this and that, they got to hide behind white women to do anything in the world. But the curse on black women is black women are less attractive. Black women have features that are not desirable by others. Black women have features that are opposite of the standard of beauty. That's part of the curse. And before that curse, that's why, the jewelry and this and all these things, the black woman's designs and everything, that's the standard of beauty. But now the black woman is not the standard of beauty. Now when everyone else wears our designs and our styles and our colors and our hairstyles and our jewelry and all and our language and everything, now it looks good on everyone else but us. And so one other thing I wanted to say about a way that a woman can instantly access beauty, if she wants to become more beautiful: stop wearing too much jewelry. And this goes for spiritual women, especially black women, and this goes for spiritual women. Keep your jewelry simple. When you're spiritual and you wear a neck full of multiple beads, you got multiple earrings on all up through your ear for some people, and some of this is tribal, you know what I'm saying? It's okay to look tribal, but when you're spiritual and you got on all these beads, you got on multiple bracelets, you got on multiple rings, and you got on multiple earrings, you got all so much stuff in your hair. When you are completely adorned and decked out with spiritual jewelry, meaning the jewelry has ankh symbols and cross symbols and pentagram, Star of David, all evil eye. When all of your jewelry is spiritually symbolic, what you are telling people is that you are weak. The more jewelry you have on, the more spiritually weak you look. Not only the more ridiculous you look. Why do you look weak? You look weak because it looks like all your power comes from your jewelry, and it shows people you don't have enough power in your bloodline to protect yourself. So you have to put on as much protection as you possibly can every single day because you're too weak. And the more jewelry you have on as a spiritual person, the less power you have. And a real person who's really spiritual is going to stay away from you because the less power you have, the more demons you have. And the more jewelry you wear, the more demons you have. So a good way for women and spiritual mages, witches, warlocks, priests and priestesses, I'm talking to you guys now, whose beauty and whose look is empowered and enchanted through spirituality. Stop wearing all this jewelry. And if you do wear jewelry, cover it up. Wear your spiritual jewelry with spiritual symbols in places that it cannot be seen. It's okay to wear your jewelry and wear your earrings under your headscarf or your hijab, ladies. Men, it's okay to you know what I'm saying, it's okay to keep your emblems tucked under your shirt. You know what I'm saying? To keep whatever may be on your belt under your shirt. If you have jewelries on your belt, under your shirt. Keep your wristlet and stuff under your socks. Keep your wrist, your anklets and wristlets under your socks and under your shirt collars. Under. Your jewelry is not for fashion. If your jewelry is for protection, it's not for fashion. And if it's for fashion, it's not for protection. So if you yourself have the power of the evil eye, then you can show the evil eye because it's for fashion, which I really don't recommend at all. And make sure if you wear the evil eye, make sure it's pointed outward, not inward. But you said simple trinkets will do. If you are a model and you're using, and your beauty and your items are a representation of your own beauty, then you can show it because it's an accessory to you. So let your jewelry be as simple as possible, ladies. Make sure earring set that matches the necklace, that a ring that matches the wrist, whatever you have. And I would say three is enough. You don't have to do earrings and the necklace and the ring and the wrist and something on the head. 3 is enough for a special occasion. Earrings and one necklace that you wear all the time, or just one enhancement. You don't need a necklace if you have on a shirt that has collars or adornments, or a shirt that has something fancy at the neck. You don't need a necklace with that too. You get what I'm saying? You just make sure that you are accessorizing as a woman and enhancing instead of covering yourself, instead of hiding behind jewelry because you got all this shit on, because you're spiritually afraid, and you got all these demons convincing you that this shit makes you look spiritual. And that's what a lot of you spiritual people do. You adorn yourself with jewelry and you look ridiculous. And it shows that you don't have any spiritual power. And it shows that you are relying on demons. Because your angels and your ancestors are not going to weigh you down. And they're not going to embarrass you in public. Demons will embarrass you in public. Demons will have you talking to yourself like it's schizophrenic. Demons will have you hoarding, having altars in every corner of your house where you look like a crazy hoarder, or you know what I'm saying, where you're not taking care of them. Demons will have you weighed down by jewelry, wearing shit that looks ridiculous, putting stuff all through your ears, eyes, nose, throat, nipples, genitals. Demons will have you, you know what I'm saying, like demons will cause you to self-destruct. They will mutilate you, they will embarrass you in public, and when you have lost all your friends and family because your behavior is so ridiculous and irrational, then they will laugh at you while you're depressed and suicidal because nobody loves you anymore. That's the demon. So you either look elegant or demon possessed, but you're not going to look both. You look elegant or you look demon possessed, but you will not look both. Are demons the same as unclean spirits? Yes, for the most part. Understand this: the word demon and daemon originates from a form of intellect. You have fallen angel intellect, you have angelic intellect that has come on earth, either warranted or unwarranted. You have entities that inform the human, or that inform things that are not from heaven about mysteries from heaven. That does not always make the spirit unclean. So what I would say, the Void Studio, devils devils are the same as unclean spirit, but the etymology of the word daemon will trace back to symbolizing intellect. So I want you to remember that the fallen angels had intellect. Lucifer has intellect. Angels from heaven have intellect. And an angel can very much feel and appear like a demon, particularly if the angel is of African descent or is over the African race and is, so to speak, like an Orisha, and shows up to a person of non-African descent. They may consider that angel, that may be an angel to the African race, like Eshu, they may be consider it a demon or a devil because it looks demonic to them because it's not of their heritage. So an angel and a demon, it's very not historically, in old age, there was no difference between an angel and a demon. So I want you to understand the etymology of demon. It actually relates them to being an angel. They are from heaven. Demons actually come from heaven. A devil is related to the adversary, and devils work for the adversary. And the devils work for the adversary because the adversary it's adverse to you. It is against you. It causes problems in your life. You know, demon or intellect or angels, they can give you protection, they can give you wisdom, they can give you intellect, they can give you information, they can give you tools. It can be Holy Spirit inspired. The angelic protection, that can be considered demonic, but when you have angelic protection, it can look demonic to someone else. It can look demonic. If you're protected by an angel, it can look demonic to other people who may be trying to hurt you. So remember, devil, replace demon with devil, because devil is directly related to something that is adverse to you and is trying to harm you and is trying to get you to harm yourself. It is unclean and gets you to do unclean things, piercing yourself, doing unclean sexual activities, unclean how you look. Because the more jewelry you have on, that's unclean. It's not clean to be weighed down by jewelry and getting all bacteria in it and wearing stuff for days, weeks, months, years. That's unclean. And I hate to say that. When it's spiritually inspired, like the Levites, they were not to cut their hair. I mean, the Nazarites. Samuel was a Nazarite. There's only one other person in the Bible who was definitely mentioned as a Nazarite, and that was Christ, which is why we should recognize that Christ had long hair. He was a Nazarite, was he not? So there's certain things that are spiritual. Rastafari, they don't cut their hair, but also they maintain the mysteries of maintaining the lock and the sacred lock in a clean way, because their spirit, you have to have clean spirituality. So when you get the spirituality that gets to nastiness, when your altar is getting nasty, where it's getting sticky and gross and there's flies around and stuff, and you keep feeding stuff but it's unclean, that's how you know that that's adverse energy, something feeded off negative energy, versus an angelic ancestral protection that is meant to guide you and protect you from demonic activity or from unclean spirits. Unclean spirits was the original term. It was unclean spirits. That's what you were fighting. Unclean spirits was what possessed you. And they were related to the adversary, to devil, to Satan, which is the corrupt version of Lucifer. Demons have helped me and protected me before. An angel and a demon can look the same sometimes. A there the difference is this. There are differences, but the difference between an angel and a demon is an angel still lives in heaven and works for the Most High. A demon may work for themselves, or a demon may have a disconnect from heaven, but it does not mean it is still from heaven, but it may no longer work for God. Meaning the information the demon gives you may be unsolicited, meaning it may not be meant for humans. This is why women have to cover our heads originally, because we were targets for angels, fallen angels, and for receiving that information. It says in the book of Enoch, their wives will become sirens. They were talking about the women who the fallen angels took to wife. So this is the problem with a demon. A demon can be ancestral, and a demon can be passing on knowledge that was not meant or not it was not given permission to be given to the third dimension. So what can make you a witch and what can make you a bloodborne witch is having access to demons and access to information that was not meant to be in the third dimension, meaning it was not meant for flesh and blood or humanity. That can make you a witch, because it does not mean you're evil, but it means you have information that was from heaven that was not meant for humans to use, which means you are responsible for what you teach. And this is why I tell people to stay away from all forms of Gnosticism. Stay away from all forms of Gnosticism, because it is the serpent tongue taking angelic wisdom, information, and mysteries and twisting it into something that the human believes will give them sovereignty, superior. It's twisting the information into something that the human can access and understand. And these mysteries are beyond third dimension comprehension. So stay away from Gnosticism, because it is the forked tongue of Satan trying to get humans to access things and be utilized to be utilized in spiritual warfare against the Hebrew Israelites, against the oracles, against the witches, against those of us who were given sovereign rights to fight in war. But when you're not taking responsibility for the information that demons give you, and you're not choosing to keep it secret and keep it safe, and keep it protected, you can easily become part of the problem, and you can easily become satanic. So be careful with the information that you learn from demons, which can look like Orisha, can look like ancestral forces in your lineage, and can look like guardian angels. But you have to test these things, and you have to do things to test them, to see whether they're in your bloodline, whether they are there to protect you, and whether they are still working for the Holy Spirit that protects the body and bride of Christ, or whether they are work or not, and whether they're working for Satan. And you better test these demons or these ancient forces that, again, are neutral. Because a demon is a very neutral term historically. Now, you talk to Christians and stuff, Christians don't know nothing. So they only know modern terms. But when you're dealing with will witchcraft and metaphysics, demon is a neutral term. It is demon refers to a fallen angel. Is a fallen angel. And what's the difference between a demon and an angel? The demon has horns. Demon is horny. Why is the demon horny? Because they didn't have sexual control. They wanted to mate with the women. So they fell from grace and they have horns. So demons have horns. Angels have halos. Have energies and light and sun and star and halos around their head. Demons have horns. And that will include a crown that is spiked. Statue of Liberty. And also the Ishtar crown, one that you saw Beyonce wearing, one that some of these female celebrities wear, where it's a spiked crown. Spiked crown is a sign of horns. It is a sign of fallen angel Illuminati energy because it's disguising itself as a halo, but it's actually horns. A spiked crown, like the Statue of Liberty, that is horns trying to disguise itself as a halo. A demon has brightness in their eyes because they have the vision. An angel has brightness in their crown and in their aura. The brightness in an angel is going to come in their aura because it's the covering from God. Their brightness is their covering where they're too bright and too brilliant for the third dimension to see or for the human eye to behold because they're from heaven. A demon, the brightness is within them. It's in their eyes because they are taking what's from heaven and they're embodying it. They are no longer connected to heaven. They are embodying the wisdom that they had, but there's an umbilical cut. So a demon has a dark aura, but bright eyes. Their eyes are bright, glow like, because their aura is cut off from the Holy Spirit. Their aura is in the third dimension. That's why their aura is dark. What is the third dimension? It's all about gravity. It's the grave. The third dimension is the grave. It's gravity. Brings you down. So a demon has the aura of gravity, which is dark and shadow, versus an angel has an aura of light and reflection. So that's brilliance, light, iridescence, or a glow. A demon has a shady, shadowy aura, but bright eyes, glowing eyes, because they know. Demons know. They have wisdom directly from heaven. They have knowledge of God. Angels they've embodied their knowledge of God. The demon took on the responsibility to question God. So they embody real knowledge. They judged God and deemed God questionable. So they have wisdom within that is from God. A demon has knowledge of God. A devil has hatred for God. Has war with has a devil. Let me be careful. A devil has been, so to speak, maybe enslaved or has become part of the war against God, but a devil is tied to Satan, sometimes enslaved. This is why selling your soul, you can become one of these henchmen for Satan. And this is why Satan gets you to sell your soul, because you become one of his devils where you have to do his bidding. So a devil is something that lost its ability to access the Holy Spirit. So it has no choice but to work for Satan. Because the moment it stops being busy working for Satan, it goes straight to hell. But at least if it works for Satan, it's busy. So you gotta be careful with a devil. They work for Satan. It doesn't necessarily mean that a devil does not really always have free will. They are tied to Satan. They are not free will entities. Like, they're not free will entities like, say, an imp, like, say, a fairy, like, say, a pixie, like say a gnome. These are free entities that can do good or evil. These are free spirited entities that are earthbound metaphysical entities that have capacity for good and evil, and they're not necessarily from heaven. They are spiritual entities that have capacity. That's not a devil is directly related to Satan the adversary, and they are tied to it and do his bidding. You can encounter some of these other free entities, and this is how witches can summon some of these free entities that may or may not benefit you. That's why you have to test the spirits, and the quickest old age way to test an entity or to test your spell work as a blood-born witch is you have to get two stones opposite of each other. Or you can get two stones that are similar to each other, but one can be black and one can be white. You get two stones that are really, actually, they have to be similar in size and shape, but the colors have to be different, or one has to be marked. Typically one is black and one is white. And so you can find two stones and you shake them up in a bag or a jar or a vessel, and you pull one out or you drop one out, and you decide. But typically typically the white one would be that angelic, that glow that gives you, that says, okay, this is approved from the Holy Spirit. This is an approved work that is going to benefit everyone. And typically the black one would be like, this is not work, or this work would only benefit you, which would cause a unnatural ripple effect. Meaning when you do magic that is meant to take away free will, or that will take away others' free will, it's not beneficial to all. It's not whatever's best for me from the universe. It's whatever's best for me regardless of who else gets hurt. That, and in a black stone, that will let you know that this is not exalted. This is not safe. This is not in your highest interest. But again, you can have a red or a blue stone, and you can decide which one represents yes and which one represents no. And you bless them, you cleanse, consecrate, and empower them, pass them through incense smoke. You do your ritual to cleanse, consecrate, and empower them, and recalibrate their energy for your particular spell work, Void Studio or whoever else is listening. And you shake them up in your vessel, and you pick one out, or you pour whichever one comes out first, and that is your answer. And you ask that question about the spiritual entity. You ask that question about the entity that you work with, and you ask that question before you do any spell work or ritual or magic, to determine whether it is really in your best interest to do this, or whether there's a different path you have to take, or whether you're better off not casting that spell. So I want you to do that, Void, and if you don't mind, maybe the next time I go live, you can tell me, or you can contact me privately, or you can say how it worked for you. And next time maybe I go live, you can mention, if you did it, whether or not you determined in your work if you are safe with the demons you work with or not. That would be interesting to hear the results. Now I want to talk about one last thing about ugly women, and why, and how to. I've talked about a lot about beauty. Good, Void. I look forward to hearing from you again. I talked a lot about beauty, but I want to talk about ugly women. And I mentioned that the only way you can be ugly as a woman or as a person is to compare yourself to others. The liberal agenda, it has ugly women trying to make ugliness the standard of beauty, or trying to make beauty bad. And I want to talk about my experience with women who tend to be ugly, and why the liberal agenda has a lot to do with this. Actually, if you guys don't mind, before I get into this again, because it's been about another hour, let me just take one more quick break, and I want to talk about this real quick. Just give me 1 second. Alrighty, guys. All right. All right, I'm back. Thank you guys for waiting. I knew this was gonna be a long. I knew this was gonna be a long one because I was really getting insights, and I told you Oshun um, really wanted to talk about this, and like I said, it's been brought to my attention that ugly women are at it again with the liberal agenda, and what makes a woman ugly is her competition with men, her lack of humility toward men, her penis envy or desire for the authority that God gave the man, and a resentment for the responsibilities of womanhood. These are other things that make a woman ugly. And this is directly related to comparing to others. You cannot be ugly unless you compare yourself to others. And when a woman is comparing herself to a man and finds herself to feel inferior to a man or resentful of her position compared to a man's position, she's ugly, and she will be ugly. And when a woman compares herself to a man, she's going to experience all the disadvantages of being a woman, and she's going to focus on the disadvantages that a woman has in comparison to a man in society. And it can be male dominated or whatever, but here's the thing. Society is not male or female dominated. Society is society. It's not male or female dominated. Women talk about patriarchy. The only time women talk about patriarchy is when they are not the standard of beauty. This is why you don't really see black women talking about patriarchy in America, because black women have never been the standard of beauty, and a black woman has always had a completely different problem and different lifestyle and different blessings than the white woman. The black woman has always had a different curse to deal with. So the white woman talks about patriarchy because the standards of beauty are high in white society. And when a white woman cannot reach those standards of beauty, she's complaining about patriarchy, or, oh, it's male dominated. No, you're mad that the men in your society have deemed you unfit for mating with. You're mad that the men in the society have deemed you less beautiful, have deemed you, meaning you are not as superior and you are not as fit as the other women. And that's not patriarchy. That's society. That's standards. That's preference. And some of this gets into the Bible. Some of this will get into the standards that God set for being a good wife and being a good woman and being a good mother, and the responsibilities that God actually put on the woman. Instead of the woman worrying so much about what God gave the man and the man's responsibilities. And when a woman compares herself to men, she becomes ugly. Because she recognizes, and again, when she compares herself to man and is not humble to his authority, humble to his position, humble to his power, and humble to how she was designed by God to interact with that man, how she was designed by God to be a helpmate to the man, to be pleasure to the man. And we have a clitoris, ladies, so we are designed by God to be pleasure, to receive pleasure, to experience pleasure. We are designed by God to experience the pleasure that comes with being feminine and being the weaker vessel. That's why clitoris is smaller than a penis, because it is to remind us that we should be humble in our weaker position, because it is actually easier. And when a woman wants to challenge a man, because she doesn't like what, the man has powers, authority, responsibility, and she doesn't like the benefits that come with him having to take on the most immense responsibilities. She becomes ugly, she becomes challenging, and she puts more effort into competing with a man's authority than she does with being beautiful and meeting that man's standards. Adam was around long before Eve. Eve did not name the animals, Adam did. God didn't breathe his breath into Eve, he breathed it into Adam. God designed Eve from Adam because she was meant for him. She wasn't meant for the zebra. She wasn't meant for the elephant. She wasn't meant for the crocodile. She was meant for him. This is why I say, this is exactly why I say your interracial dating is satanic. If it's not about sovereigns uniting two nations through arranged marriage, it's satanic. So when women, one way to notice an ugly, and I'm gonna give a disclaimer: if you are a woman who's divorced, I'm not here to judge all women that are divorced. I want to speak spiritually and speak with wisdom and speak on my experiences for other women to, in a spiritual way, and to understand the liberal agenda, to recognize how you can tell when a woman is ugly and when a woman is experiencing ugliness because she's narcissistic and she's comparing herself to others instead of living in her life and in her own destiny. She's comparing to others. When you lack humility toward a man, a lot of times the women who are really genuinely ugly, and like I said, it has less to do about how you look and more to do about your attitude and your perspective, and whether you're comparing yourself to others, competing with others, and as a woman, whether you're humble to men. And when you're a woman who's not humble to men, a lot of times you're going to end up divorced. And why do I say divorce? Because a lot of ugly women get married. Men love marrying ugly women. They just do. Men love marrying ugly women. Men love, um, men, a lot of men in this day and age are gay and castrated and weak. This is not true before. Like I said, there was a time where women weren't ugly. When if a woman was ugly, something was wrong with her. Because women were just naturally, all women were naturally beautiful. All women were attractive and looked like women and looked feminine and behaved feminine. And there was a time where all men were masculine and men liked women. And even if they were gay or had certain things, they still tried to hide it and they still had immense respect for women. We're not in that time right now. So we're in a time period where most ugly women get husbands because most men are gay. I mean, not, let me take that back. Most men are homosexual. And what do I mean by that? Most men hate women. I'm not saying that they are gay, meaning they have a aura of happiness and joy, meaning their natural default mood is joy, which is the definition of gay and gaiety, and that does not belong to men. When your default mood is joy, you are gay. Homosexuality, that's about hatred of women. And now that we're in a society where a lot of men hate women because they don't want the responsibility, um they don't want the responsibilities of manhood. They hate women because they want to be women. They want to live a life free of responsibility. And when a woman is so preoccupied with being a man because she is not appreciative of her place as a woman, where she has less responsibility than a man, and she is designed to submit to a man's authority. When you have women like this, they end up divorced because a lot of times they'll get married because they're ugly. And why do men marry ugly women? Because men like to marry women that will make their lives easier. When a woman likes to be in control of things, a lot of men like that. A lot of men like to have a woman in their life that likes to be in control of stuff because he can act like a bitch. He can act like a female. He can let her do all the work. And what happens what happens with divorced women? A lot of women, yeah, you can go ahead and ask any question. I'm just going to keep getting my point across. And this is what I'm saying. My disclaimer, I'm not trying to disrespect divorced women. I know everyone is divorced for their own individual situation, but relating to beauty and ugliness and how I want my followers to understand the metaphysics of why a woman can be ugly. When a woman lacks real humility toward a man, like I said, most men are gay, or I mean, most men are homosexual. Most men hate women. So they marry ugly women who are not feminine because it's like marrying a man. And in modern times, I would say maybe since the late 90s and early 2000s, where men go after ugly women to marry because they are themselves homosexual, the woman, she acts like a man and she's in control of the household, she's in control of the kids, she's in control of the finances, she's in control of everything. And a lot of ugly women marry for money. Most ugly women marry for money because remember something about ugly women. To be ugly, you have to be a narcissist. And to be a narcissist, you have to believe that you are better than other people. And anytime someone proves that they're better than you because they look better than you or they just are better than you have to change the narrative to make it to where you're better than them. This is why this upload was about that ugly woman saying that she's better than beautiful women because she's better than ugly women, and beautiful, she's trying to make ugly be beautiful and try and make beauty a disadvantage. So when you're a narcissistic woman, you get married because you behave like a man, and you're making that man's life easier. What happens is it can lead to burnout, And a lot of women can get divorced because they're burnt out, because they realize that their masculinity and their need to control everything, they are now burnt out, and the man won't step up because she married a castrated bitch made man who's feminine in his energy and who doesn't like women. And now she's burnt out through her narcissism and doing everything and controlling everything. And now he's not helping her, so she wants a divorce. Narcissistic women end up divorced because they divorce the man the moment he doesn't do what she says for him to do. And narcissistic women get burnt out very quickly in a marriage because they act like men. And why do they act like men? Because they believe they're better than other people. They believe that they're better than men. And what this leads to, and this is why I want to say ugly women get married and ugly women end up ugly women have husbands, and a lot of ugly women in this modern time, they end up divorced because the moment the man doesn't do what she wants him to do, she's ready to divorce because she thinks she's better than him, and she believes that she can just go get another man. That's why she divorces him, because in her mind she's better than other people, and if he doesn't do what she tells him to do, she can just go get another man because she's better than him. She's better than him. That's why she divorces him, because she's burnt out. He's not doing what she wants. She can't control him anymore. And divorced women keep custody. They want custody of the kids so they can keep control of that man. If the man, most of the times the man deserves custody. But when women get divorces, they want control, so they keep control of the kids that they most likely had to control that man. And like I said, they divorced women, they married for money because they married for status, because they believe they're better than others. So they're gonna marry a man for his resources, not for love. Void says, why don't you speak on spiritual mysteries as much anymore, especially when it comes to advanced craft? I get if you don't feel it. I'm just wondering. I found when it comes to real and advanced work, because enough people are not asking me questions to show that people really want to learn. And when people start really asking me the questions that show that they are at that advanced level to have these conversations with me and what I have to offer, then I can start talking about these things. But I'm not going to volunteer a lot of information that's not practical to people who are not witches, mages, warlocks, and to people who are not part of the roundtable discussion. So if I'm going live and people are not taking advantage of one of the most powerful women in the occult, offering free services and asking questions, if people are not asking the right questions and they're not want to talk about these deeper issues, I can ramble until I get into a tangent that gets metaphysical. But until you guys show me that you're on my level, I'm not going to volunteer my power. I will give you practical magic that you can use because you're human beings. But when you show me that you're metaphysical, then we can talk. But I'm not gonna talk about stuff that is not meant for other people to know. Ask the right questions, and we can have these discussions. But until then, I have to tell you practical things that deal with the practical warfare, and that related to my brand, which is about elevating Black women. And a lot of Black women are not witches. And so if I can at least teach Black women why you're so cursed, why your life is so hard because you're Black, and if I can teach you the metaphysics of the curse and of the powers that the white women are using against you, still. But the reason is because no one's powerful. No one's part of the round table. No one else is in the occult. And so many of you who are listening, you guys are hiding. You guys don't want to be part of the conversation because I'm advanced, and you're too embarrassed to talk to someone advanced because you guys consider yourselves advanced and you're not. Boy, people are afraid of me. People are afraid of me because they consider themselves something that they're not, and I'm real, and I am advanced, and I have been doing this all of my life. So no, I'm not going to be able to talk about things with people who speak a different language. No one else is really, I'm the only witch y'all know. So I can't talk to humans who don't know their ass from a hole in the ground about advanced stuff. I gotta teach y'all stupid stuff like like talk about slavery with black people. I gotta talk about like this kindergarten shit with y'all all the time. Like I gotta tell y'all how to detect the ugly woman and stuff because we're not we you know what I'm saying, we're not talking to no one wants to have the solution oriented conversations, and I do, you know what I'm saying, with people who are in the practice and who have stuff to offer and stuff to share and have information about their lineage and their heritage and those certain things. But until people start asking me the deeper stuff about the Orisha and all this and that, it's going to take me to get on a tangent and to accidentally reveal some shit, you know, because no one's asking me questions related to the occult anymore, because no one has power. No one has knowledge, no one has wisdom. And I'm not gonna give it away for free. I have these conversations with people who book readings, which is really also still me helping people to figure things out, or maybe, you know, giving them some things that can help them with their particular problem. And that's in a private way, that's individualized. But I go live very frequently, and I have not been going live as much, but now I am more, and I'm going to continue doing more. That's what I can do and what my responsibility is. I have to do that. I have to continue to be consistent when I do things that pay off, when I go live. And with Facebook deleting the live feeds, and I've had to recently download 100 live feeds that I did over the years on Facebook that I never reposted on YouTube. I now have I now have hundreds of hours of footage, you know what I'm saying, that I was going live on Facebook that I'm now reposting on YouTube, and that's reminding me how much momentum I had when during COVID, and I didn't have to go to work and clock in at least 4 times a week, when I every day I could make jewelry, make soap, and go live 2-3 times a day, like I was when I didn't have to work. So when I get to a place where I don't have to go clock in because my readings and my sales are generating enough income where I can go live every day, all day, because I don't have to actually go to work, you know, that will help too. So, you guys book a reading before the prices go up. Support my brand, make a donation, you know what I'm saying? But you guys can have me as much as you can afford to have me. And I've been live for 4 hours, and I know certain times there's more people are more available to catch me live, but when you have real knowledge and wisdom, you don't cast pearls before swine. I don't know, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So you guys got to show yourselves by asking the right questions. But half of the time it's like 1 or 2 people and like 5 bots and COINTELPRO agents talking shit in my feed. You know, maybe one stalker. But as I was saying, with divorced women, divorce a lot of divorced women who end up single mothers because they kept the kids, they keeping forms of control, they divorced the man because he didn't submit to her, and they get this man from being masculine, and then they don't appreciate the privilege of having a husband, then they lose their husband or they divorce him. These are some of the ugliest women when it comes to the divorced single mothers. Are going to probably be the number one class of women who will go out of their way to make a beautiful woman's life hard, because a divorced single mother is a lot of times, and I won't say 9 times out of 10, but I will say 7 times out of 10, a divorced single mother is divorced and a single mother because she's a narcissist, because of her ego, because she compares herself to others and she competes with other people because she believes she's better than other people. That's why she couldn't keep a man. That's why she's choosing to keep her children to have control over something. And a lot of times, divorced single mothers in the workplace, and in my experience, They are the number one class or demographic of women who pick and bully on pretty, beautiful women. And what I mean by that is a divorced single mother is the most likely to compete with a single, child free, beautiful woman, a single sexy woman who is also child free. Why? Because a divorced single mother is going to take any, remember, a narcissist takes any status they have and they make that the standard. So if you happen to be better than them or in a better situation than them, they're going to figure out how to make your superiority as if it's a disadvantage to you. So a divorced single mother, and forgive me if you are and you're listening, I'm not trying to come at you, and I'm not trying to make this like a universal thing. I'm trying to just talk about the issue of beauty and ugliness, and why a woman is ugly when she's not humble and does not submit to men. And she ends up divorced, and she likes to keep kids, and she likes to keep control, because she always has to have someone around her to control. That's why ugly women are rarely single. They always have to have someone or something around them to control. And if they are single, it's because they're hyper religious, like a nun. A lot of narcissistic women are hyper religious, and they believe they're too good to sleep with anyone else. They're too good to get married. They're too good to submit to a man. And that makes a woman ugly. And you see ugly women who are ugly, who do not put any effort into beauty, because they're rebelling against the standard that a man has set for a woman to be attractive, for him to be aroused by her. She's rebelling against how a man was designed. She doesn't want to be a woman. She doesn't want to do her role. She wants to be the man. She wants the man to be attractive. She doesn't want to be beautiful for the man to want her. She wants the man to be attractive, and she wants to be able to be ugly and still be able to sleep with a handsome man. And that's why ugly women end up married to these homosexual men. Because she acts like a man, and she's in divorced single women. Not all, but when you are a beautiful woman, and if you feel you're getting a beautiful woman, the people most likely to try to put your beauty at a disadvantage, especially if you are single and child free, a divorce. Because why? Because a woman who's married automatically and subconsciously and sometimes super consciously, she believes she's better than women who don't have men. All married women, either consciously or subconsciously, believe that they are better than a woman who does not have a man. Meaning a woman who's not in a relationship with a man, or at least like engaged or married also. Married women believe they're better than single women because most women, for women, not witches, but for women, all their validation comes from men. So, and this is what I'm saying, when you are humble to a man, you seek validation from a man, or you seek a man to be in a position of authority, which means you expect him to have his house, his car, his manhood, his ability to protect and provide, his ability to fight, his health, his wellness. You expect him to be masculine. You expect him to have rites of passage as a manhood, to mate with you when you submit to a man, and you are willing to meet the standards that he has to reward you for your femininity. He's rewarding you with his protection, his provision, with all the things he has. He's now allowing you to be safe instead of being alone and unwed and unprotected, essentially. So when a woman submits to a man, she's going to do a lot to be beautiful and to be pleasant. And is it to be chosen? Yeah, but it's not necessarily to be it's not that she's putting the man's opinion necessarily before God or before her own morals. It is that when a woman is not in competition with a man, she's okay with the house. She's okay with being in a society where her beauty is directly related to how men treat her. She's okay with being in a society where her femininity gets her further than trying to compete with a man's authority. She's okay with behaving feminine in order to get more out of a man than trying to fight a man to get something out of him. She's okay with the standards men have set in order to give you the privilege of being protected and provided for by him to where you don't have anything to worry about. And when a woman is not submissive to a man, she wants the responsibility of worrying about things. She wants to be the problem. She wants to be in control. She doesn't want to sit pretty, and she doesn't want her job to be being pretty and being beautiful and pleasant. And she's going to look at a woman who is beautiful as less than her. She's going to see a woman who's beautiful and single and child free, and she's going to say, well, I'm divorced and she's never been married, so I'm better than her because I had a man and I knew and I know. But and she's going to have that motherly attitude of, well, she doesn't have children, so I'm better than her because I have children. I'm better than her because I was divorced, which means I was married, which means I'm better than her. So when you're a lot of these narcissistic women, they end up divorced single mothers because your attitude will push men away. And this attitude, this is how a lot of narcissistic women, they like to control others, and they have children out of wedlock, because having children out of wedlock gives you full control. That having to be in a marriage and submitting to a man does not give a woman freedom to abuse her children. And a narcissistic, ugly woman will abuse her children because she will abuse because she thinks she's better than others. And a woman does not have freedom to be abusive when she has to submit to a man's authority. And so a lot of these women, when it's time for them to really be submissive, they can't do it. They end up in divorce. They divorce the man because he won't submit to her and her narcissism. She's doing everything. He's burnt out. You know what I'm saying? I see how a lot of this goes, and I understand the whole agenda of masculine and feminine energies and how they work, and how beauty on a woman works, and why beauty is so much of a gift and an advantage for a woman, not a disadvantage. And women who do not know how to be beautiful, they are the only ones, ugly women are the only ones who want to try to make a woman's beauty to try and put her at a disadvantage. And a lot of women who don't know how to be beautiful, they don't know how to submit to men, and they end up divorced. They end up divorced. And you got to understand why they end up marrying in the first place. Some men out here, they have this Christian need to prove that they can tame a woman who's untamable. So a lot of men like to try to take away a woman's power. And when you have women who have chosen not to submit to a man, a lot of men like to marry them just to prove that they can get a woman who has chosen to live in her own autonomous freedom and independent from a man. They want to get that woman to submit because they themselves are a narcissist. This is why divorce happens when two narcissists get together, and you will know when you see a narcissist, because it will be an ugly woman. It will be a ugly, a masculine woman with a man. And a lot of times men like to get with narcissistic women to prove that they can conquer a manly woman, and they'll marry her just to prove that they can turn a butch woman into a housewife. And what happens is when they do, it ends up in divorce. Narcissistic women believe that they are better than other people, and they are the number one divorced single mothers. They like to compete with single child-free women. Especially they like to compete. And how can you tell when a woman is a divorced single mother? Look at how she interacts with men. Does she mother men? Does she mother them? Because a cougar, a woman who's single child free, and she's like older, whatever, and she is old enough to be somebody's mother, but she's still flirting with the guys and this and that. That's more a cougar. Divorced single mother energy is I'm gonna be your friend. I'm gonna mother you. I'm gonna help you. I'm divorced single mother. They treat grown men. They divorce single mothers. They treat grown men like they're kids, or like you're my son, or they, you know what I'm saying, they treat them like some type of asset. And they treat beautiful women, um they treat beautiful women at a distance. They treat beautiful women like competition. And they treat beautiful women like beautiful women are somehow stupid or incompetent because they are single and child free, instead of in control of instead of having kids and in control. Like a lot. And why do I say divorced single mothers instead of just a single mother? A woman who is just a single mother who is not divorced, she does not have as much of a problem with beautiful women the way a woman who had a husband and now no longer has a husband. She has a problem with beauty because she always had a problem with beauty. She always had a problem with beauty being a standard of womanhood. But a woman who is a single mother who was never married to a man, a lot of times she's busy being a mother. And a lot of times, um a lot of single mothers who were never married, they how can I say this? And again, forgive me if you're a single mother, but I mean this. A lot of single mothers who were never married, they're dumb. They're not as smart as other women. And that's why they end up single mothers who didn't even have the benefit of alimony or a husband. A lot of single mothers who were never married, they are or at one point were beautiful women, or they're too stupid or actually retarded to compete with other women because they're too busy being a tool for a man. They're too stupid to compete with other women. A lot of single mothers that were never married, they need girlfriends. They're not very smart women, so they need girlfriends who look good, who are smarter than them, because they're not very smart women. They can't really make it in life because they make stupid decisions. And they know that they're dumb, and they keep making the same dumbest decision. A lot of times they'll have more than one baby by, out of wedlock, because women who are single mothers that have never been divorced, these are very stupid women. Not a lot of times they are very stupid women. And that is why they are not really threatened, or they're not wise, and they're not in their head, and they're not thinking about their own selves enough to be threatened by someone else's beauty. They don't love themselves. They had a baby to distract themselves from what else they needed to be doing in life. They decided to have a baby whether they were married or not, because they genuinely were too stupid to have anything else to do. And 9 times out of 10, when a woman is a single mother out of wedlock, it's because she is stupid. The only exception is when a woman is feeling like some biological clock, and she wants to be a mother. Life didn't work out where she got married, and now she's pushing 50 or 60, and she's like, well, I'm gonna have a baby. I'm not gonna wait on God. I'm not gonna wait on man. A woman like that will 1000% of the time be financially stable. Again, if a woman who is not financially stable and pushing 50 or 60 does not decide to have a baby out of wedlock, she's stupid. It's because she's actually retarded. She's not as smart as other women. And she knows it. And that's why she's going to seek out female friendships with women who are more powerful than her, because she cannot make it out here on her own. She genuinely has no purpose in life. So that's why when I say a divorced single woman, that is a woman who is in her head, who is over analyzing things, who has narcissism, who has the ideas that she's better than other women. A single mother who has never been married, she has no self-worth. That woman has no dignity, no self-worth, nothing better to do, and probably hates herself, and probably does not enjoy her own company. All right. So she's not threatened by another woman's beauty. She's too stupid to be. It's only a divorced single mother believes, a lot of times that's a woman who believes she's better than other women, and that's the woman who's going to be most bothered and most afraid of being around a woman who is powerful, because her narcissism will not allow her to accept that other people are different. It will not allow her to accept that there is another woman who is gifted and she believes that she's perfect. And so she treats men like they're babies. She treats men like they're infants. She treats men like they're children. Why? Because she doesn't respect men. She looks at men as something to control. And when she sees a beautiful woman and she sees a woman with power, she's upset, because now it's like, well, I can't control how men think around your beauty. Divorced single mothers tend to be narcissistic women who are control thirsty, control hungry. They like to control men, and they will be most threatened by a woman's beauty because they cannot control how men behave when there is a woman who is more beautiful than her. I'm not talking about pretty. No one respects pretty. No one has respect for pretty. We talked about this for the first 3 hours, or first 2.5. But when you're beautiful, because you're powerful as a person and you have morals and dignity, a narcissist narcissism can't be around you, because narcissism cannot control and influence other people when real power is in the room. Most divorced women with children are narcissists. People who aren't narcissists don't have to have babies and bring someone else into their issues. People who are narcissists don't need to have babies and control other people. That's why I say divorced single mother, because narcissism 9 times out of 10 comes with having children. It comes with the first and easiest way to control and abuse someone else, which is having a baby. Having your own personal punching bag. That's what narcissists do. They have kids. So all I'm saying is, and what I'm saying is that narcissists, they tend to get divorced. They tend to get divorced because they believe that they're better than others, and they believe that someone is expendable and then they can throw someone away and get an upgrade. That's how they think. And that ends up in being divorced. Thinking that you can get an upgrade from what you've already invested in because you're the prize. When you think you're the prize, you expend people, you cut people off, you divorce them, you break up with them. You don't care if they're the father or the mother of your children. You don't give a damn how your children feel. You don't care about breaking up a household. You only care about you having control, you setting the standard. So when you're a narcissist, you could give a damn about breaking up a household. You can give a damn about creating a broken home, because you don't have a lot, like a lot of narcissistic men do. You have sex with women, you have babies, and you have families, and you don't care about making a broken home. All you care about is collecting women. You don't care about what's going to happen to a children when you don't marry the mother. All you care about is controlling other people. Narcissists end up divorced because they don't care about anyone but themselves. And more so than that, they believe they are better than others, and they need to have control over other people. So I'm saying this to say, if you're a lady, and if you are a single mother who's divorced and you happen to be watching this or get wind of this, I want you to be because the single mothers who are divorced, and when I say single mother, I'm talking about you're still actively raising your child. I'm not talking about women whose children are grown and they have to live their own life or whatever. I'm talking about single mother, meaning you're still actively raising your child. When you're a divorced single mother, meaning you still actively have active control over your child because they are still under your authority, because you are still raising them. But I want to talk to when you're in that position, everything. Think about your level of humility. Think about the things that you were taught. Think about your relationship with your mother. Think about your relationship with women who were more beautiful than you, or not. And think about things, and maybe think about you going live and giving women advice as to how to not end up divorced. Really do some shadow work, and think about how you, as a woman who's in that situation, can teach women how to keep their man. Teach women how to behave in a marriage to where they won't end up divorced, single, bitter, and angry at other beautiful women who can who know how to get along with men, because we choose femininity and humility over competition. Think about how your need to control and your need to compete and your need to um um be the center of attention. Think about how some of those things broke up your home and how they have made your life harder. And I'm saying this because I have a sister that is divorced, and she was honest with me when I've talked to her about marriage, and she was honest about some things. And actually both of my older sisters are divorced, but the one that I talked to, who admitted the mistakes that she made in her divorce, she that really taught me some things. And it all and seeing divorced women, like I said, seeing divorced women, seeing single mothers, paying attention to a lot of the women in my life also has taught me a lot about women and women's motivations. And it's taught me a lot about what type of woman I don't want to be, because I see the results. When you look at women and you see the results of penis envy, when you see the results of self-hatred, when you see the results of being promiscuous and letting men use you and letting men objectify you for money, even when you see the results of prostituting, of women who choose to prostitute, of women who choose to have OnlyFans, of women who choose to sell their body or soul for money, when you see the results of women who marry for money, of women who again, like to compete with men, like to argue with men, when you see the results of going around believing you're better than other people, when you see the results of how these women live and end up, and you look at your life, and I look at my life, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm single, I'm child free, um, and I'm 40, and I am so happy with how I look. I'm so happy with how I feel. I'm so happy with my health. I'm so happy with not having any ties or diseases to a man. I'm so happy with the decisions I made and with the mistakes that I escaped, and the regrets that I've overcome and recognized why regret anything that I've done, because I'm so happy with my life, and I appreciate my life, and I'm in a good place. And when you stop comparing yourself to other women who are married, who do have kids, who have kids that are doing great things, who they're accomplishing this, when you compare yourself to others, you cannot appreciate the blessings in your life. And I want divorced women, especially the ones who are still raising children, to think about it, think about this liberal agenda. And even if your story is not one of narcissism like I'm tackling today, I want you to be brave enough to, like all these women, they give 64 episodes of how they got divorced, and all of it is about how the man was wrong and he met someone at work. I want you divorced women to get up here, be honest about marrying for money, be honest about your lack of humility, be honest about why you couldn't keep your man, be honest about thinking you're better, and be honest about why you ended up in a situation where you now have to see how hard it is for other women because you thought you were better. You didn't appreciate the man you had. Now you don't have him. Your life is harder because of it. And I want you to tell other women to humble themselves so they don't lose the number one asset that they have in their life, which is probably their husband. that they don't deserve because they're probably ugly. So I want you to start telling these ugly ass married women how to shut the fuck up, humble themselves, and keep their man, because it's not easy being actually ugly in a world where you don't have that man who married you even though you were ugly and masculine. Tell women how hard it is to be ugly and masculine when you have to now work and survive and be on your own around women who are actually beautiful and have a lot going for them, while you have to raise your kids because you just had to have custody, because you had to have control of something, because now you're divorced and you can live on your own. You want to raise and corrupt. A lot of you divorced women, you want custody of the. There's only two reasons divorced women want custody of the kids. They want custody of the kids because they found out that their husband is a pedophile, or they want custody of the kids because they want to corrupt the kids against the husband who was in the right. There's only two reasons divorced women want full custody of kids without a fucking husband. It's because that husband is a pedophile. I'm not saying a gangster. I'm not saying a murderer. I'm not saying a truck driver. He's a pedophile, and she knows it, and she is protecting her children from her husband, or she wants to corrupt the children against her husband so they don't find out that she's a narcissistic, crazy bitch that's going to ruin their life the longer they live with her instead of daddy who's got his shit together. That's the only two reasons. There's no other reason. There's no reason for a divorced woman to want full custody of children to raise on her own unless she is protecting them from the pedophilia husband who will abuse and molest them sexually. Or she needs to be the one to look, or she wants to corrupt the children against the husband and make him look like the bad guy, and ruin their life so she doesn't have to be alone and miserable. Because there's nothing more miserable than a divorced woman who's a single mother whose children are getting older. Divorced women who got babies and stuff and still got to raise their kids and stuff, they probably too busy with their girlfriends and community to care about pretty women. They're still hormonal. But the divorced single mothers whose kids are like in that college age and getting out the house, and now they got to live with themselves, and the fact that they really can't get a man, and the fact that they're not beautiful to get a man now, and they can't really, what I'm saying? They hate beauty. They hate beauty. And that's how you can tell a ugly woman. And I want you women to look at how beautiful you are based on how you feel about men. Because a lot of you women are married because you're okay with having a weak homosexual man, because you need that validation to say I'm married, which means I'm better than other women, because you're a narcissist and your whole life is about being validated as being better than someone else. This is why so many ugly women are married. And this is why there's so much divorce. All of it is related to narcissism and weak lack of masculinity. So ladies, this whole episode was about that. This whole episode was about that. But I wanted to be about debunking some myths. So if no one has any questions right now, I guess we'll just go up to 5 hours. But I want you guys to take that seriously. Think about divorce and think about how the liberal agenda has contributed to divorce by making women, by women not submitting to their husbands, and by men actually going after masculine women, leading to that woman's burnout. By women actually marrying homosexual men who obviously don't like women and who proved it in the courting phase, but women still marrying homosexual men who don't like women, because they believe you're marrying for status, you're marrying for money, you're marrying because because it makes you feel better than other women, even though your men don't like women. You know your man don't like you and don't like women by the way he treats you in the dating phase. And if he allows you to act like a man, he don't like you. He likes men. If you spend and arguing and fighting and doing this and asking him to marry you and taking care of the finances and helping him get a job and organizing in the house and doing this and that and cooking, if you're doing all of that stuff, he doesn't like women. He doesn't like your softness. He doesn't like giving you pleasure. He likes the fact that you make his life easier. You act like a man, and he's homosexual. So, you can continue his legacy, and he could still be gay without getting social backlash for being homosexual in a high class society, because you guys are probably rich. You got to be rich to be divorced. In case you guys didn't recognize that. You've never met poor people who are divorced. You'll never meet a poor person who's divorced. Only rich people get divorced. So that's why you got married in the first place, for money and for society. And that's why you have homosexual men marrying, because in their rich white society, it's still not appropriate. And they got money and they want to keep that money. So they marry these masculine women. I hope you guys are paying attention to this and how this all has to do with being pretty versus being beautiful. And why a woman can only be ugly when she hates men. She hates a man's authority. She won't submit to a man's authority, and she's constantly comparing herself to others, and does not okay with, and believes that she's better than other people, and has to constantly live in a world where she is better than others. That's the only way you can be ugly, is when you're a narcissist like that. And I want you ladies to be honest with others about what narcissism leads to. It leads to misery. It leads to being lonely. It leads to people not liking you. You know what I'm saying? It leads to you constantly having something to prove. It leads to you being pretty with an attitude instead of pretty with a smile. It leads to all these things. And like I said, narcissism will lead to you getting backlash from society for being attractive instead of being admired by society for being attractive, because beauty is always an advantage. So I'm just going to skim over these things. This was about debunking myths, but here's a few other myths I want to debunk. Tall men. And this kind of has to do with beauty versus pretty. Tall men. I want to talk about tall men for a second, because I want to debunk the myth about, that tall men are or should be like the most highly desired. And it's nothing wrong with being tall and that being the standard of manhood or whatever, but all I'm saying is tall does not always equate to masculine. And a lot of what I find in my experience is that tall men, if they are basketball players, they tend to be dumb jacks. They tend to be very dumb, very stupid, very basic, very dick riding into other sports and what other guys can do, and very dumb jacks. They're not very intellectual. They're not very deep. They're not really spiritual. They don't really know anything. And they probably just got a bunch of female family members that do everything for them because they were the tall guy who is handsome. So all the women probably, all their female family members are having like secret sex with him, or sexualizing him and doing everything for him. So he's probably a very dumb man who does not have actual masculine energy. He may just have physical athleticism. Just because when a man is a basketball player, just because he has maybe the athleticism of I have to go to practice, that doesn't make him as disciplined as a martial artist. Martial artists are the only men who really have sexual discipline. And I don't say Christian men, because a lot of Christian men marry ugly women. Most Christian men like to raise other men's babies because they have a form of narcissism too. So a lot of Christian men prefer to marry single mothers because they like insecure women. They like women who have no self-esteem. They like raising other men's babies because they like taking things from other people. Christian men have a very have deep narcissism, and Christian men love marrying other men's women. Christian men love other men's women. They love insecure, low life women, and they love another man's woman. A Christian man is most likely to sleep with your wife. A Christian man is most likely to marry a whore. A Christian man is most likely to marry a baby mama, and a fresh baby mama too. The fresher the better. You got 3 babies, by 3 different dudes in 2.5 years. Christian men love you. So Christian men are not a symbol of sexual self-control and discipline. The man who is the most sexually disciplined is going to be a martial artist. Why? Because sports does not discipline you sexually. And a martial artist has dignity and self-respect, which means sexual self-control is not just his ability to reject female advances. It's his ability to set a high standard for the woman that he chooses to deal with. A martial artist is the one who's most likely to choose a beautiful woman instead of an ugly one. Men who are tall tend to lack sexual self-control. What do I mean by that? Women throw themselves at men just because they're tall, so they don't know how to approach women. They don't know how to treat women who they are dating, meaning they don't know how to set boundaries with other women who are going to throw themselves at him because he's tall. So now that he has a woman, he has no sexual self-control to reject other women's advances who are competing with that woman for her tall man. And because he's used to women throwing themselves at him because he's tall, he has no standard for the woman he decides to be with. So whatever woman throws herself at him the hardest, whatever woman does the most to be his girlfriend is the one that gets him. Not the woman who he actually likes, the woman who puts in the most work to make sure that other women don't have a chance. That's how a lot of tall men who are basketball players, that's how they deal with women. They are very weak, they're very bitch made, and they sit and they are very lazy in relationships, and they don't emotionally connect deeply. They don't go deep with women. They go shallow with a lot of women. And whatever woman puts in the most effort is the one that gets to keep him. The one that puts in the most work to keep him. Whatever woman's gonna break her back keeping him and reminding, hey, I'm here, hey, I'm here, hey, I'm here, hey, pick me, hey, pick me. That's how basketball players work. So when you're dealing with tall men that are basketball players, usually their personality is trash. Usually they have shitty, dumb jock personalities, and you'll have to drag him around, and he acts like a baby who needs constant fucking surveillance because he does not know how to behave like a grown man with self-control. Other thing about tall men, why they don't make the best mates all the time, a lot of tall men can't fight. They can't fight because their proportions, they're big, they're lanky, they don't have control over their center of gravity. A lot of them don't have control over their center of gravity, and men who are tall who don't have control over their center of gravity, it's because they spent all of their life around people shorter than them. So they don't know how to be in their own center of gravity, and so they constantly look fucking goofy when they walk. They look goofy when they do shit. They always look hunched over like they're trying to be smaller. They get freaked out when they see a woman of their same height and size that's a perfect match for them. They get freaked out because they're used to being around short midget women that are throwing themselves at him and treating him like he's the best thing in the world because he's tall, and you know what I'm saying. When a tall man has spent all of his life around people shorter than him, he doesn't have the right center of gravity, and he probably behaves like some dumb, gentle giant or like some stupid ogre, like Shrek or some shit. And he's probably too nice for his own good. So he probably doesn't know how to fight. because he's probably never been challenged, because he's not around men his same height, and he has never had to be challenged because he's tall, because he's seen as a threat. No one's ever challenged him, so he does not know how to defend himself physically. He probably doesn't even know how to really walk right physically, because he's not around other men who are tall to challenge him, to help him exercise his limbs, and to help him exercise his own center of gravity. So he's a big dumb oaf. He's a big dumb gentle giant oaf who can't fight, can't defend himself, and it, and is probably always doing things for other people. He's probably always helping people reach some shit that they can't reach on their own. So he's probably always volunteering to be used as a tool, because he's lived his whole life around fucking midgets compared to him, and he don't know how to behave as a tall man. And so that shit's null and void. And so another thing about tall men, why they don't always really make the best mates, is um tall men that are used to women throwing themselves, they don't usually know how to properly, I kind of mentioned this, but they usually don't know how to properly court a woman. So a lot of times they feel, feeling like the prize in the relationship. um a lot of tall men, um I don't want to say that they cheat, but when I'm talking about man that's taller than average, to where you're more like in the 5'10" to 6'2" range, instead of like you're tall, like you're super tall over 6 foot, to where your whole center of gravity is different. But men who are in that 5'10" to 6 feet or 6'1" range, where they're not tall enough to really be like a basketball player or even like a supermodel, but they're taller than other men, they can be really socially inappropriate. They really these men can be the ones who are getting too loud when they're drunk, who are ready to fight when they're who are, I don't want to necessarily say that, because a lot of guys get ready to fight when they're drunk, but like men that are just tall enough to not be considered short, or men that are just tall enough to have an advantage with women, but they're not actually tall enough to be considered like, a basketball player or a model or phenomenal. Um, those just tall enough 5'10" to 6 foot guys, they're so used to being treated like they're better than other men, that they can be a bit, their arrogance and their conceitedness, simply because they're tall, they may not actually be attractive. They may not actually be handsome. They may not actually be funny. They may not actually be in shape. But because they're in that 5'10", 6 foot range, and because they're so used to having an advantage with women, because they're just tall enough, you know, um, to be considered attractive, a lot of times they're again, their personalities, when you get a little liquor in them, you see that they are very conceited. They have that narcissism, and they put so much into being tall, and they put nothing into being a gentleman. They put nothing into being masculine. They put nothing into actually being someone that people respect and want to be around. And they flirt with women gratuitously. They tend to flirt with women and when a woman rejects him, he tends to not know how to back off, because he's so used to women throwing himself, so he doesn't know how to accept a woman's rejection nicely, because how can you reject me? I'm tall, you know. They tend to be very rude to other men, and they can be rude to men who are shorter. And what do I say by this? They're not aware. They tend to not be aware when someone's behind them. They tend to not be aware when they're infringing on someone else's personal space because of their height. And they're very rude to men and to people who are shorter than them, because they are on purpose unaware of where they are, of they're purposely infringe on other people's space because they're taller. and they think that they deserve more space than others because they're taller. And what you do is you're bumping into people who are shorter than you. You're acting like men who are shorter than you aren't even there, and you know what I'm saying, and you're being rude. And sometimes the men who are shorter than you are the interesting ones. They're the funny ones. They're the ones who have enough class to actually have conversations about things like movies or different subjects that women are actually interested in. They're the ones who have great conversation at parties and at events and stuff. And you tall guys, you guys are always trying to act like the short guy doesn't exist, when some of us are trying to talk to the short guy because he's interesting and funny. And you tall guys are always bumping around and acting like you guys are the only ones in the fucking room. You guys do that shit when you're tall but not actually attractive as a person. You know, when you're tall but you don't have any fucking class. And so that's what I'm saying about these just tall enough guys to not be considered short or, you know, average height. They have they can be some of the worst people to party around because of their arrogance, because that one feature they put so it's like being around black women with a big ass. You know, she put so much into that one feature that someone said was desirable, and now your personality is complete shit, and the way you behave in public is complete shit just because you have that one feature that is desirable. It's terrible energy. And to my tall guys, um so, tall men, some of you guys are awesome, but you guys know a lot of tall men have shitty personalities and they're not good mates because of these reasons. um and uh how to, like I said, how to know a tall guy that's good, that's a good man, that's a good gentleman or whatever. He basketball player, no. Martial artist, yes. Model, like fashion model or art model, fashion model, tall, yes. um you know, so it, I don't know what other um construction worker or city worker or blue collar worker and tall, yes. um I don't consider football players tall, but if you went for a sport where a guy was tall and you want more marriage energy and less like player dumb jock energy, I would go for the football player. Football players, for some reason, they sound more intelligent in interviews. They talk more about world issues than and maybe the Colin Kaepernick, I don't know, but they just seem more involved in world issues than just sports and being gladiators like basketball players do. They don't seem so brainwashed by their industry. Football players, they seem more in touchdown, down to earth. They I think the technicalities of the sport allow them to are accessing different parts of their brain. Swimmers, I think, yeah, swimmer tall, or like gymnastics tall or certain sports, yeah, but you're still gonna get, I still think you're gonna get some cheating in there. You're still gonna get some narcissism, some cheating, some illusions of grandeur. But something about football, I feel football and hockey are the sports where a man can be tall and grounded in reality. And that's the thing about men that are tall. They don't be grounded in reality. And that does not make them good mates for women, for beautiful women, for ugly women and tall men. It's like almost like y'all belong together, you know, because the narcissism supports itself. You know, ugly women, they need a good man to make them look good because they're ugly and butch. And tall men, you know, tall men are like big dumb oafs. You know what I'm saying? They're like big dumb jocks who need some woman to mother him and do everything for him so he can just go do sports. So it's like y'all be made for each other, ugly women and tall dudes, or you know. But you wanna hockey and football. Those sports are probably gonna give you the most faithful marriage material husbands who are grounded in reality. Good tall men who read a lot of books, who are artsy, who tall men who are into health and wellness but not sports. Great personalities. Tall men that are into health and wellness but not sports. Great
great personalities. Tall men that are overweight, best best personalities. Best fucking personalities. Tall men that are overweight, best, honestly, some of the best people to be around. Some of the easiest people to be around, some of the best people to be around, some of the most relaxing people to be around, some of the most chill, cool, educated, wise. Like, I can sit around and listen to you talk, like people to be around. Tall men that are also overweight or like have a Santa Claus tummy. You know what I'm saying? Like, tall men that look like Santa Claus. Great personalities, great guys. Um, Tall men that are lumberjacks, foresty guys, not hunters, lumberjacks. Not the hunter, I live in the forest, I want to kill animals all the time. No, the tall guys that are like tall guys that are lumberjacks. They are in control of their center of gravity. They know how to use their body and they know how to use their height and their masculinity, to help others and for community. Tall men that live in nature and that are nature guys and lumberjacks, they're connected to nature. They're not connected to their vanity. They're connected to how they can use their masculinity to help others and contribute to the cycle of life. They're grounded. So these are some tall men that I say that are exceptions and they have great personalities. Um, um, Tall men with long hair. Tall men with long hair. Um, Not too skinny though. But tall men with longer hair, um, they tend to, but just in general. But I I guess what I'm trying to say is, because when I say not too skinny, some men, a skinny man, to be skinny as a man, there's a form of like pride and narcissism to where I'm perfect, because to be skinny as a man and to never have put anything into having girth or looking masculine, it shows you're not really grounded or in touch with masculinity. That's just no different than being an ugly woman. You're ugly because you have no respect for men who are skinny. It's almost like you have no respect for women. It's almost like you are okay with being the feminine one. You didn't try to eat peanut butter or eat protein or go lift weights to develop your muscles to where you don't look like a woman. It's no different energy than a woman who puts no effort into differentiating her look from a man's look. When a man is skinny, he's okay with looking feminine. And there's something wrong. He thinks it's okay for him to look like a woman and still want and desire a feminine woman. He thinks he can look like a girl and still go and desire a woman who's in her girly feminine nature. So that's a mental disconnect. Just like a woman who's ugly and is putting no effort into beauty and being in shape and being pleasant and smiling, that thinks that she deserves a handsome, athletic man. She deserves a tall, dark, and handsome man, who's rich, when she puts no effort into being beautiful. It's a mental disconnect. It's a mental disorder to think that you're so perfect that you don't have to put any effort into attracting a mate. That's a mental disorder. And this is why I say tall guys that are skinny, because if you're tall and you're skinny and then you're tall, you look even more skinny and you look even more feminine. Now you look like a female supermodel. If you're a tall, skinny man with long hair. But if you're a tall, masculine looking man with girth and you have long hair, that long hair balances your conceited energy and that masculine testosterone with a feminine element and with the element that connects you more to nature. Longer hair will connect you more to nature and it will activate estrogen. And some of these things, that balance, it allowed men to be better hunters, to be better horse riders. The aerodynamics of having long hair traces to indigenous cultures. But tall men with long hair, not only does their long hair help them stay within their proper center of gravity to be aware of their own height and their own center of gravity, their long hair is a way that it kind of keeps them grounded and keeps them in touch with the lower centers of gravity through their hair. So tall men with longer hair, they tend to be a little more grounded in reality too. But other than that, you dealing with a tall man, and like I said, this goes for tall women and short women alike, because what I've heard from tall men, they don't always, I mean, I think the best I've seen is a tall man with a tall woman. That's the best, happiest couple. And tall women deserve a man taller than her. And there's nothing, a tall man who doesn't go for a tall woman is almost as bad as a black man who does not go for a black woman. When you go for something completely outside of your center of gravity and outside of your body compatibility, there's some mental disorders there. Why are you so comfortable with people who are not like you? Why are you more comfortable with being around people who have a different center of gravity than being around your own kind? And I feel bad for tall people who you're tall around a bunch of short people, but it's just like the same thing. You got to life is harder for short people in this society. Um and and while being short can have a lot of advantages, in terms of just general masculine feminine in society, it's not considered a desirable quality especially for a man. And if midgets have to go out of their way to find other midgets to mate with, other midgets to socialize with, other midgets to form communities with, tall people need to do the same, you know. And get with people who are like you, because you're different. And that's the thing, that'd be a lot of problems why tall men are not the best in relationships, because they're not living in their difference, they're not living in their power, they're living as something that they're trying to live like they're normal when they're phenomenal in society. And like I said, basketball players, they live in an arena where being tall is normal, but you're also in a society where you have such a commodity, and you're not, they don't, a lot of tall men don't work on their personality. And the one I listed, some of the ones that do, if you guys can think of other types of men that are tall but also have great personalities, let me know, because being tall, a lot of times, unfortunately, the men's personality comes with shit. And just because he's not actually abusive or being narcissistic overtly, a lot of his lifestyle, the fact that if he's a player, he's not married, he's got multiple women, he's got all that stuff, shows you have a shitty personality. You know, men who cannot commit to one woman have a shitty personality. They just do. And just because you're nice and women like you doesn't mean your manhood is broken. And tall men tend to have broken manhood because the world does not challenge their manhood the way it challenges the manhood of a short man to prove that he's just as good as other men. And it leads to these tall men having broken masculinity and not being eligible for long-term relationships with one beautiful woman. The other myth I wanted to debunk today really quickly is the myth about women bosses and female bosses being hard to manage. That is a myth, and I might have to do a separate upload for the people who are not gonna wait 5 hours for the entail of this. But I want to debunk the myth that having a female boss is bad, especially that having a female boss is bad for other women. Not in my experience. And I don't, and I want to call that a myth, because in reality and in my experience, if you as a woman, even as a man, but especially as a woman, if you as a woman have a problem with a female, anyone, but especially as a woman, if you have a problem with a female boss, you're the problem. 9 times out of 10, you're the problem. Men, if you have a problem with your female boss, 9 times out of 10, it's because you have a problem working for a woman and it's coming out in how you treat her. And she's demanding respect because she's sensing that you have a problem with her being a woman. You're objectifying her, you're mistreating her, you're not submitting to authority, you're looking at the fact that she's a woman instead of her skills and her authority and what she's telling you to do. You're not being subordinate. You might be trying to sleep with her, which essentially might ruin her authority. So men, if you are having a problem with your female boss, it's probably because you don't respect her authority. It's probably because you subconsciously or super consciously don't believe she deserves her position in that job because she's a female. And you are making her job harder on her because she's a female in a position of authority to you, and you don't like women. Ladies, if you are having a problem with your female boss, it's because you are competing with her. It's because you can't stand to be in a position where a woman has achieved more success than you and more power than you, and you compete with other women, and you are not in, and you are in a position to where you are subordinate to another woman who you deeply admire but just can't stand because you are narcissistic and you believe you're better than other people, you believe you're better than other women, and you believe that she is a problem when you're the problem. You believe you're competing with her success as a woman by making her out to be a problem because she is a woman. You're making the fact that she's your female boss a problem. And like I said, 9 times out of 10, if you as a man or a woman have a problem with your female boss, you're the problem. You're the one who's sexist. Ladies, you guys should know better. And ladies, you do that. Women, if you're having a problem with your female boss, you are probably definitely the problem. Because women, you love to compete with women who are more powerful than you. And like I said, you can't be ugly as a woman unless you're comparing yourselves to others. So what you do is you see a woman in a position of power, you're comparing yourself to her as a woman, and instead of respecting her authority and going to work and doing the job that you're paid to do, you're worrying about another woman's success. You're worrying about another woman's lifestyle that has nothing to do with you except other than getting your bills paid. Ladies, stop competing with other women who are more successful than you in life. Stop comparing yourself to other women who have a different lifestyle, position, or look than you, and mind your fucking business, especially when it means getting your bills paid. 9 times out of 10, if you have a problem with a female boss, you're the problem. The only time you may have a right to have a problem with a female boss is if you know and watched her get her position of authority through unfair means. If you watched her move up the corporate ladder because she slept with the boss who was married to someone else, you can have a problem with her. If you know that your friend sucked some dick to get the job and now she got hired and is getting paid more than you or is now your boss when she got on her knees to get the job, you can have a problem with her. If that female boss slept with your man before and you end up having to work with her or work under her, or if she did something, to harm you in the past and you find yourself in a position with this woman who slept with my man before, then yeah, you can have a problem with her. But other than that, the reason you as a man or a woman have a problem with your female boss is because you are the problem. You don't like seeing a successful woman. It gets under your skin, and you didn't realize you were a sexist until you had to work for a woman. I can guarantee you, having a female boss is the best thing for anyone. Why? Women get more stuff done at the job. Women keep things clean and hygienic at the job. Women like to be bossy. Women are very masculine. So working with a female boss is going to compensate for all these homosexual faggots that you're working around that are sucking each other's dick in the closet when they're supposed to be running the registers or running the thing, or they're doing or talking about the Beyonce concert when they're supposed to be caring about the guests or making sure you as an employee have what you need to care about the guests. But lo and behold, they didn't put an order in this week. So now you can't get tipped because you guys don't have what you need at your bar. You get what I'm saying? So having a female boss who is a boss, who is there to do her job, is the best thing for any company, because women get the job done while all these men are sitting around twiddling their thumbs, acting like they're too good to do work because they're men who can now work around women and treat women like shit because of equal rights. And because, thank you, liberal agenda, now men can actually go around abusing women without consequence because equal rights. So every time I've had a female boss, I've been promoted. When I worked at Arlington Park Racetrack, I started as a server. I spoke Spanish. One of my coworkers, she was a bartender and a server. She got promoted to being the manager the next year, and she promoted me to being a bartender. And had she had have stayed in that company instead of ended up leaving that company because she was dealing with sexism, I probably would have got another promotion under working under her. When I worked at Esquire, and not only that, there was other female managers at that job in other departments who sometimes I would work with because I would bartend or do shifts at other places at Arlington Park that had other managements that were female. The female bosses were the best. They were on top of stuff. Things were organized. Things were neat. We didn't have to tell them how to do their job. And not only that, a lot of the female bosses would actually ask us questions and ask how I felt about things to get things done, because they respected me for seeing how good I did as a job, and they would allow me to give active contributions to leadership, and I would get perks of leadership because of that, as opposed to having male bosses, especially white male bosses, who would always find a way to take advantage of me being better at my job than them or them others without paying me for it. Anytime I had a female boss, my skills and labor were not taken advantage of. They were promoted. I got paid more. When I worked at Pinstripes, and I had the female boss who was over banquets. When I was a server and they didn't have a bartender position for me, for whatever, so I switched from bar managing at Casa Margarita to Pinstripes for, just for my personal health reasons. The female boss who was over the banquets, she handpicked me as a server to work with the banquets, who we got. Not only did we get paid more, we were able to work at the AMA, the American Medical Association, right in a nice building with a nice view and everything. She put me in a better position to get paid more because she saw my work ethic. So when I worked at Esquire, and the merging of Esquire and Cooper's Hawk, that Esquire was owned by a female boss, and we had a female GM, and owner of essentially the Esquire brand. I was given funding to get wardrobe that I needed at the time to start the hiring process to work my training shifts. That was not required. That was a courtesy of her because she was investing in me as an employee before we even opened. That was a discretion of hers that she did not have to do. And that was because I asked and negotiated. I was encouraged by the Black female trainer and one of the other women trainers who worked a little bit more in the corporate. They both encouraged me to pursue becoming a sommelier, to pursue the higher learning education things that were offered at Esquire. When other people quit and left because they couldn't handle the racism and they couldn't handle the environment, I stepped up and volunteered, and I was promoted to doing tower tours, and I was able to get extra money and credentials through that. The female manager that hired me I bombed the first interview because I was hungover and I had a show at the 22222 show, which is one of the biggest shows that I've ever done since I started performing in 2020. And I was hungover. My voice was hoarse because I had been performing over a loud band and I didn't even get sound check, so that was a bit much. But I was smoking and drinking all night and everything, and and I came back and she still um called me back for a second interview. In the second interview, I nailed it and I came fully prepared because that job was important to me. And she shook my hand and she pound fisted me, and she's like, welcome to the team. And she had a meeting with me when I was experiencing racial issues and things. She and the other black manager had a hour-long meeting with me while on the clock that resulted in us having a sweet tasting that catered more to ethnic black and brown wine palates, because she respected my expertise in that area, even though she had been a master sommelier and was in a higher position. Every time I've had a female boss, it has resulted in me being promoted as a black woman who was not getting the respect from the white men who were using and exploiting my labor. Every time I've had a female boss, it has resulted in me getting more money because I was better at my job than others, and I was, instead of being exploited for it, I was paid fairly and promoted because they saw I was better at my job than the other people, than the other white girls that I was working with. So mark my words. If you have a problem with your female boss, especially if you yourself are a woman, you're the problem. Because these women have done a lot to get to where they are, and they have sympathy for other women being exploited in the workplace. And if you have a problem with your female bosses because you have no respect for how hard she had to work to get to where the fuck she is, and how much she can actually do for you as a woman who will be exploited in the workplace one way or another without representation in the higher places. You guys if you have a problem with your female boss, you are the problem. Unless she fucks somebody to get her job and you can prove it, you're the problem. And even if she did sleep with someone to get her job, doesn't mean she's not gonna make your job easier while she's a woman in a higher position. So can it? Y'all is all capping right now. The best thing for any company is to have a female boss. All right. Now I'm not going to talk about the presidency and I didn't vote for Kamala, and I'm not saying that women leadership and feminism is the best way to run a society. What I'm saying is, when you are in a corporate workplace and you have a problem with your boss because she's female, you're the problem. Tell me something about her that's a problem other than the fact that she's a woman. I'll wait. So I'm definitely debunking that myth, and I might have to do a whole nother episode just for the people in the back. But the last myth that I want to debunk, now that it's been 5 hours and I spent all day on talking to y'all, talking to one person at a time, it seems like. The last thing I want to talk about, and this is work related again, the last myth I want to debunk today is the myth that that you need to achieve something in life other than having a steady job. If you work for a living, that is the highest, best, most successful position that you could ever be in. And I want to debunk the myth that working for a living makes you poor. No, working for a living is wealth. Working for a living, that makes you better than others. Because if you don't work, you don't eat. And working for a living gives you dignity. A wife who relies on her husband to have money because she's too lazy to work for a living, she has no dignity. A beggar on the street who wants to beg in handouts, which is no different than a woman who married for money, they have no dignity. A person who's handicapped and cannot work for a living and has to rely on government assistance, there's not much dignity. People who are poor and too stupid and too irresponsible to go get jobs and budget their money and not rely on the government for handouts, there's no dignity. Single mothers, there's no dignity. Men who have been to jail before and can't get a job, there's no dignity. People who are handicapped or too stupid or uneducated to get a good paying job, there's no dignity. So, what I'm saying is the best thing that you can have is a job that you earn and that allows you to pay your own bills. I don't care how minimum the wage is. If that job is allowing you to pay your own bills, especially if you can afford to not have a roommate. And if you need a roommate to make it because you come from poverty or because you're a little stupider than other people, fine. But if you but you're still independent, so to speak. You're still an adulting if you're paying your own bills. Even if you have a roommate where you this is where you can afford to live because with a roommate the rent is within your budget. Even still, you're paying your own bills. But the biggest flex is if you can live by yourself and have a job that allows you to pay your own bills without living with someone. There's no higher position in life. And I want to debunk the myth that you got to be rich or you got to be fair, you got to do that. No, the all you have to have in life to be successful is a job that allows you to pay your own bills. So if you work at McDonald's and you have your own place and you're doing fine. You're successful, honey. You're successful. If you nurse, you construction worker, whatever, if you can go home and pay your own bills and take a hot shower after work and after you done labor, if you have your own place with your own bills and you have paid your bill to where you can go home and take a hot shower and cook yourself a hot meal, you are rich. You're actually wealthy. Because not only do you have your own job, you have full functional health to be able to do things for yourself without having to rely on someone to wipe your own ass or cook your own food or do something for you the way a handicapped person does. You're not only are you rich to have a job that can pay your bills, you're wealthy because you have full mobility and health to get up and do it every day on your own without assistance and accommodation. I want to debunk the myth that you have to achieve anything as an adult other than having a steady full-time job that allows you to pay your own bills. It can be a part-time job too, as long as you can pay your bills. Your own bills without asking for someone to help you. And you're wealthy if you don't need a roommate. But that's all in life. There's nothing more. There's nothing else in life. There's nothing else about being an adult. There's no becoming a millionaire. There's no becoming rich and famous. There's no cars, kids, money, home, white picket fence, vacations. There's none of that. None of that shit matters. The only thing that matters as an adult is you having a job that you can go to on your own and that allows you to pay your own bills so you can come home and not have to deal with nobody who you don't want to fucking deal with. That is freedom. And that is the best position you can be in life. And I want to debunk this myth that you need anything more than a minimum wage job or a decent wage job that can afford you to pay your bills. So every day you can go out and work and come home, take a hot shower, cook a hot meal, and do it over again. If you can do that, and if you have that, and the only other thing you need in life is a retirement plan. But again, if you stay healthy and have full mobility, you're not going to need a retirement plan. You're just going to need a way to make money because you got mobility, which is your health, which is your youth, which is your ability to make money. So remember, if you're healthy, you don't really need a retirement plan. You just need a community to retire in. So the only other thing you really need as an adult is a healthy community that loves you and respects you for who you are. Those are the only things you need in life. Everything else means nothing. Having kids, having marriage, having family, having car, having house, having white picket fence, having 6 figures a year, having this, having that, have. Anything that you feel you can own and possess, that don't mean nothing. Only thing that means anything in life is a job that allows you to pay your own bills. If you have that, you have freedom. If you have health, you have freedom. And if you have freedom, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do on this planet while you're breathing. And I need to debunk this myth, because so many of you all have the freedom and the health and wealth, and you are living like you got some other shit to do, and you don't. I know you don't. I know you don't have no higher purpose, because you're not out here fighting no spiritual warfare. You're not out here elevating black women. You're not out here saving nobody. You're doing nothing. You're not out here learning nothing. So recognize you're in the best position that anyone can be in, because a lot of y'all don't have no higher purpose. And even if you do have higher purpose, don't kill yourself trying to reach your higher purpose where you forget to live your life in your body, in your city where you're at with the people you love. Stop trying to pursue so many fucking goals. That's why you look up and you're 50 and you're 60 and time went by, because you spent all your life trying to achieve the impossible instead of living life and enjoying people and having community. Let go of some shit and just work and go home. Work and use your money for freedom and enjoy the world, and stop trying to change it. And stop trying to have things that you weren't born with. Stop trying to have what other people have, and live your life responsibly. And don't spend 40, 30, 60, stop spending your whole life trying to change the world and trying to have what other people were born with. Stop it. Go to work, go home, spend your money on experiencing planet Earth while you're alive. That's it, and that's all. None of this other shit matters, I promise you. So, and there's one other thing I wanted to mention, but I think this is for another episode. That thing with workplace and things in life and workplace. The moment stuff gets too complicated, that's intentional. Whether it's spiritual or whether it's CIA government or whether it's some covert occult happenings, intentionally. Whenever stuff is too difficult, it's intentional. So when things become too difficult at the job, somebody's trying to force you to quit. Trust me, especially in corporate America, when shit starts becoming too difficult and things start not being streamlined and things don't work, and you're having rotating management and rotating positions and people, you know what I'm saying? It's because the company is trying to force older employees to quit. Force people who have been there a while, they're trying to force you to quit so they don't have to give you what they owe you for trying to get rid of you and get new people in who they can pay less. So companies will do that. They will start making your job difficult so you can quit, so they can hire someone at a cheaper rate instead of paying you out your benefits for having worked there for whatever amount of time. Over a year, you should be getting some type of benefit. But if you've been there over 5 years, they owe you something. If things in life get too difficult, it's intentional. If your relationship starts getting complicated, they found someone else. They're interested in someone else. They're cheating. They want to push you away. You know what I'm saying? They want to make the fact that their feelings have changed easier on them by pushing you away. You know what I'm saying? If your friendships get too complicated, I don't want to say it's intentional, but you know what I'm saying? If your friendships get too complicated, like I said, people's feelings change. People change, things change. Sometimes people like to push you away. People like to gaslight and do things to make you feel like, all right, fuck it, I'm just gonna leave because it's too difficult. So when things start to become too difficult in life, it's intentional. People are trying to push you away. Spiritually, when you are asking and asking and asking and begging and doing ritual after ritual, spell after spell without result, that's your sign that the spirits you're not working with don't like you. They don't fuck with you. They may not be on they're not responding. Because your ancestors will guide you to what's best for you. But when spirits are just completely unresponsive, and you're trying to do this and it's too difficult, take another route, ask another spirit, change it around, because whoever you're calling on to don't like you. And a lot of A lot of black people don't want to listen to me when I tell you God don't give a fuck about black women and black people and you being happy. God don't give a fuck about black love. He sentenced us all to be flushed. Christ does. Christ saved you. So you keep praying to God, black women, you will end up single. And you keep dealing with church, you know what I'm saying? Unless you're a single black woman with at least 3 baby daddies, then church men will love you. But if you're a really beautiful black woman with some sense, um, and you find yourself praying to God for a black husband and everything, you're still single, I'm telling you, God don't like us. All right? A lot of black people pray to God and with no result, but then get into metaphysics and ancestral stuff and start feeling empowered and everything, because you have these traits that God don't like. You got these traits. Some, like, again, some people have desire to work with spirits or do spirituality, but you're not witch. You're not that. You don't have access. It's too difficult because you're being pushed away. You're being told that you're not welcome. You're being rejected. And so don't make things harder on yourself. Once you experience rejection 3 times, that should be your cue. The first time, like I said, asking for anything more than once is begging. So the first time you're rejected, that should show you how someone feels about you. But you can do 2 or 3 times just to be sure. But after the third time, that should let you know you are actively, intentionally being rejected. Okay? That's how that person or thing feels about you. So, I want to also remind people that when achieving your goals become too difficult, that is because the Truman Show reality is real. There are targeted individuals, and the CIA and the government does spy on people and does do things to intentionally sabotage the success of people who may be able to dismantle government control over others. So when you find it too hard to start your business, too hard to start your channel, too hard to upload your videos, too hard to get published, too hard to do this and this and that, the technology's not working, people aren't responding, it's because the CIA is following you. And everyone who knows you and everything that happens in your life, the CIA is part of, from your neighbors to where you live, to sometimes what apartment you get allowed to stay in, versus the ones who reject your application, versus to what job you get hired at, versus the ones that reject your application. When you're a targeted individual with powers and occult powers that the government knows about, or you have had a parent or a family member who has been in the military or in the government, you're being followed. And if you are any type of black revolutionary, you're being followed. And I'm not just talking about black revolutionary who talks about the government or racism. I'm talking about if you are a spiritually activated African American who is teaching and informing and empowering other people to do things that will make them independent of the government, you're being followed. And I want people to understand that the CIA the Truman Show energy is real. From where you get hired to where you get to live, to what your leases, all this stuff the CIA can control, so they can keep tabs on you. And some of you guys don't realize, and if you're a target individual and you find things are weird or complicated, it's on purpose. It's because the best friends, the people who you've known for years and your best friends, they can be CIA agents. And CIA doesn't always mean necessarily government, or like when I say being targeted individual, there's supernatural forces that are watching you too. Supernatural forces. That's when it's spiritual warfare. But when you find your goals are too hard or next to impossible for you to achieve, it's because the government is actively preventing and actively spying on you and doing things to prevent you. They're going to the people who you're trying to get to hire you, who you're trying to get an application through, who you're trying to get a grant from, who you're trying to get a housing grant voucher. What they're going to those people, and they're paying those people to not fuck with you. They're going places, and they're making sure that the things that you're trying to get done don't happen. They're watching your channels, and they're making it hard for you to upload. They're taking your videos down. They're toying with your life. Anytime something is too hard, it's intentional. Energy flows, things flow. And if you're flowing and you're flowing, you're realizing you're experiencing too many obstacles, is because you are a targeted individual in life. And that's why other people are able to do things, and then when you try to do it, you can't do it because they're CIA agents who are taking control over what you want it to do. So you don't do it to actually elevate people out of government control or spiritual um possession, spiritual slavery. So some of you all need to realize that the people that you're dating or married to, or some of your best friends, and maybe even some of your coworkers, are might be CIA agents, COINTELPRO agents, or people part of a secret society that is meant to sabotage anything that you do that will dismantle the new world order. And the reason why you're being followed instead of you just got killed or got taken out like some other people have is because your power is necessary, is because they're benefiting from your power more than they're afraid of it. So your power is necessary to keep things running somehow. So again, when you're too good at your job, you're the reason they didn't kill they haven't killed you off or whatever is because they still need, because you're too good at what you do for them to not utilize you somehow. You know, they because they are benefiting somehow from having you around. So if you are a targeted individual and you say you're an inventor and you got an invention that will give people free energy, or and that'll destroy like the government control over ComEd, or what I'm saying, you're teaching people how to grow stuff, and you're teaching people that they plant male trees, so we have to buy fruit in the grocery store instead of growing in our backyard, and you're getting into that type of stuff. Yeah, they still got a lot of control over it, but if you're getting into a place where you're putting a dent in stuff, you're putting a you're when you where you're causing changes, you probably got a lot of CIA agents in your life that have been planted in your life, especially black men with white women who call yourself revolutionary. And this is why I say any black man in the hood who's doing anything that's meant to elevate the black community, married to a white woman, if you don't think that he's an agent, something's wrong with you. Something's wrong with your African mindset, because he's married to one. There's no such thing as a black man that wants to help the black community that has a white wife. That's non-existent. I can't stress this enough. Stay away from black men with white women. It's reptilian. It's and I'm talking on a spiritual level for people who want to really know the stuff about the occult. If you think love is blind and everything, then you go back into the third dimension. We're metaphysical right here, and we're keeping it spiritual. So I think I've said enough. I probably said way too much. But I hope that you guys heed this. And if there's anything else that I mentioned that you want me to talk on or touch on with another separate upload, go ahead and ask your questions. And I look forward to hearing from some of you again soon. All right, stay tuned for the next one. Peace and love.